Hello everyone, and welcome back to Dungeons and Dragons, Conquerors of Nolyn, our newest campaign. Featuring a whole host of friends and drama, as always. We left off 3 weeks ago when we had our last game. It's been a while, so let's do a little bit of a longer recap this time around. This party here, yet unnamed, composed by Basil, Donar, Kra, Neo, Par, Rand, and Sienna, or apparently Nox, have come to meet one another in a small adventure, came together as a group out of need for survival, and then decided to stick together because apparently they work very well as a group. They found themselves in the city of Redemption, a outpost added by different years, where people have been needing adventurers to help with all sorts of manner of things. After proving themselves a little bit, they managed to join the Adventurers Guild, who seem to have many answers to several questions this group of adventurers had. After managing to join the guild and get to use some of their benefits, these adventurers decided to start seeking their own personal endeavors, which they did, all without leaving the City of Redemption, surprisingly enough.
Well, some of us.
Well, most of you, yeah. Well, the ones who didn't need to leave sorted their things as of yet.
Mm-hmm.
Some of you, however, needed to go a little bit further away to sort your personal endeavors. And last we left off, the group had followed Anthony, the leader of the guild, out of the City of Redemption towards the crossing, the city by the bridge that crosses the fjord from the Mythosian colonies into the wildlands, where a group of mercenaries was camped there in a personal encampment that you decided to go and check out because apparently they were keeping slaves around and about. After making your way there, facing them and discussing everything, after some misunderstandings here and there, everyone drew weapons and a big kerfuffle stroke out. Everyone started beating themselves with all sorts of weaponry, and you discover that this slaver, the leader of this mercenary group, was not in fact a human as you initially thought, but a fiend coming from other planes, who seemed to have not been doing this for just a while. It seemed to have been doing this for quite a long time. And you discover that apparently Basil, your monk friend, had history with this group. After defeating them without any outside help, no less, you managed to reunite with your friends, free a lot of slaves, and discover that whatever this chain devil was doing here, it's apparently been struck down and isn't gonna terrorize anyone anymore. And thus, all of you then reunited with Anthony, the leader of the guild who had followed you, well, led you all the way there to deal with this problem. And then all of you decided to make your way back to the City of Redemption, bringing a lot of slaves that had been released, some mercenaries who had been captured, and some of your own guild members who have been injured in the combat. Unless you would like to do something else instead.
Okay, are we on the way back?
That's up to you. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to go back to redemption with them or just carry on?
We need someone to take them back for justice. I mean, these are slavers.
They're complacent with this
Anthony
creature.
was here. We could send them back with Anthony and go and meet Craw's master.
Well, we can send them back with Anthony and the other guild members, because there's a group that went with us, if you remember.
But the survivor might be the only person who knows where Neo's tabaxi is. And that's in the same general direction as Kraz survivor, so perhaps we should try to get that information before we leave west.
Yeah.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea.
You're right to do it.
So you guys decide then to return with the other guild members and Anthony back to redemption, yes?
Yeah, might as well.
Alright. So all of you do that. You decide to return back to redemption. Longingly looking at further up the road that kind of is on an incline and leads to the crossing. Just imagining how close you are to it and how close you are to crossing the border into the wildlands and being where nobody else has ever been, or at least has ever been and survived to tell the tale. And after several hours of just traveling downhill, all of you make your way back to the City of Redemption. Alongside Anthony, the guild members, some captured mercenaries, and the freed slaves. It's a pretty tranquil walk. Nothing too big or too weird happens in the meanwhile. And however, it is a few hours of travel, so if there's anything you guys would like to discuss.
So are we all just going to ignore the fact that some gigantic demon with chains everywhere attacked us out of nowhere?
I do fear the implications of all of this, yes.
Well, he's been around a long time.
And he seemed rather interested in you, Basil.
I think I told this to a few, but yes, I was unchained by him a long time ago as a young rabbit. And basically, they used the mercenary company to go around and make huge debts on people who couldn't pay them, and then just rip family members away, enslave people that way. I was one of his unfortunate victims at the time. But I got away. At least at one point. And after that, that's when I was found by Master Lilith and trained to be a monk. I mean, I still have scars from what he did, but now he's gone.
Well, the road to self-improvement always has the little bumps, but look at you now. Where are you? You're with a party of people who will protect you, it seems.
Hmm.
I'll certainly vouch that I won't let you have any worry about falling into his hands again.
Protect me, maybe, but also I can now protect others. That was a gift given to me by the temple. Great gift, and I understand that. So that's why when I knew they were in town, I knew at some point I'd have to probably take on them. But I'm glad that I had allies, because I don't think I could have done that alone. But at the moment, I'm exhausted. We had gotten back to town. Is there things that we need to be done? Otherwise, I might go and rest.
Would you be so offended if I were to offer to carry you?
I guess not. I've never been carried before.
Helps on the legs. You should get some rest on the meantime.
I guess I can't. I guess I won't turn down your offer then.
All right, we're carrying Basil in arms then.
Alright. Par, you pick up Basil to make sure that your rabbit folk friend is out of danger and is allowed to rest on your voyage back to Redemption. By the way, I just noticed I forgot to update the overlay, so even though it says everyone's level 4, you guys are actually level 5 on the stream overlay. But that's nor here nor there. Several many hours later, you reach the city of Redemption. All the people that are with you sigh relieved, knowing that they're home and that they can now rest and they don't need to be in the road anymore. A lot of people cheer, like very energized by the fact that they conquered some sort of victory and are coming home with the spoils, quote unquote. Everyone's in high spirits, maybe even some of you, as you all return to the Adventurers Guild, which you left earlier this morning. Once you do, Anthony, leading the group, opens up the double doors that leads into the guild. There's a lot of people around who just seems to be very nervous, looking, trying to decide about something. And as soon as Anthony comes in, bringing everyone, the guild members, the slaves, the fellow badger, Vesivis, he immediately just looks at all of you, and especially at Anthony, and shout outs, "Anthony, you're back! And alive! That is a relief." And
I told you we'd keep our promise.
And Anthony, before he even has a chance to reply, some of you notice that Anthony seems a little bit bothered. There's something on his mind, and he's not as chipper and happy as everyone else. And as he looks,
Insight.
Sure.
17. So I definitely see this.
You notice, Basil, that ever since you left this morning, Anthony has been sort of thoughtful, but even more so after the encounter. It seemed like not only the thought of having slavers so close by perturbed him, but the fact that the slavers were close by and it was not any mortal, but rather a demon, a fiend that was enslaving people, seems to have disturbed him severely. And you remember him having talked a little bit about how these mercenaries came by and made an agreement with the city, the guild, and everyone around that they would go by and would camp nearby. And you get the sense that for Anthony, this guild leader who seems to be at the forefront of many of these discussions and agreements, for him to have been blindsided by this hurts a little bit deeper.
Sir, Anthony, Guildmaster, I noticed something's on your mind. Maybe the fact that a group like this got past your eyes is something that's bothering you? Something that you feel like you're responsible for? I don't want you to feel like there isn't responsibility to it, but I also want you to understand that fiend, that beast has been doing that for years, even before my time when he took me. He's been going on, so anyone could have been fooled by him. I mean, my family was, villages before us, lots of people. So, and knowing that Anthony's much taller than me, I'm just going to place a hand on his leg and look up to him and say, "So please, sir, remember, you can't try to do everything yourself. I mean, we all need to learn that one day. So, even if you miss it, you went back and fixed it. You changed, you went and did something about something that you could. Understand that. That is what a true leader does. While they may make mistakes, they go and try to work through it. They try to come back. They come back to what they do. They fix what they do. If they made a mistake, they come back and do something right when they do something wrong. That's what a good leader does. Or at least what my master told me. But I've learned it."
Anthony, the tiger folk, looks down at you, Basil, and he seems to nod knowingly. Well, for someone who's just arrived, you're quite insightful, my little friend. And I suppose you're right. Thank you. I shall take your words to heart. And as Anthony is nodding towards your direction, all of you, everyone, just hear a very loud, shrill scream echo across the entire Adventurers Guild. Anthony Lucendi Boulder! And all of you look to the top of the staircase that leads into the second floor. A very small halfling woman with red hair and very ostentatious robes to a degree. She seems like she just appeared. You didn't notice her before, but as she looks down at him, at Anthony, you, Basil, who's very close by, you notice that he seems to shudder a little bit and kind of recoil, and it's a weird feeling you get. You get the feeling that he's being reprimanded and that he would rather not be, not necessarily because that, oh no, someone's reprimanding me, but rather like, oh no, this is someone I don't want to disappoint at all.
That would make sense. I'm just going to be like, okay, and can we see this halfling from here?
Yeah, all of you look up to see her.
Does she look upset?
Do
Very.
any of who she is?
Yeah, that's a good question. Do any of us know who she is?
Nope, you have never seen her before. Mm,
Who is that shouting?
nope, none of you have any inkling of idea of who she is. Uh, except for you, Basil, you have heard passing stories, but that's about it. Once once you find out who she is, but she comes down the stairs. Uh, even on her minute size, she stomps every step of the ladder as she goes down. Anthony, you should not have gone out. I promised your parents that I would look after you, and what do? You abandon the guild and throw yourself into danger. You, young man, are in serious problems now.
With all due respect, Miss, it was us that asked him to come along.
Yes, yes. I honestly, I take some blame for that. I mean, I told him, and excuse me, Miss. I never have caught in your name. May I get your name, please? I'm so sorry.
As she looks at you, Basil, she's about ish the same height as you. Uh, but even though she's about the same height, she commands quite a lot of power in her stance and posture. She looks at you and says, I'm Agnes Petea. I'm the enchantress for this guild. I have been away for but a few days, and this is what you do, Anthony. If your father and mother could see you right now. Oh. And she looks at the rest of you, then most of the other guild members, as soon as they noticed like this yelling directed at Anthony, they kind of took a few steps back, not wanting to be in the middle of it. And I imagine that most of you did not. You would.
I was kind of talking to her, so no.
Yeah, Neo had sent something to her too, so definitely not.
But yes. So since I now know her name, I would barely have any sort of idea of her, would I? Just from stories, right?
Yeah. Whilst at the monastery, you have heard stories of your masters' past and some adventures that they went into, and you have heard stories of how Agnes is a powerful enchantress that once was rescued by your masters, and for some time traveled with them, but it's not something
Yes.
real. This like that's about it. There's not a whole lot of substance to these stories and rumors. She's like a passing mention at the whole background of your masters. But that's about it. That's all you know.
And I'll actually turn to Anthony and say, your mother and father would be mad? I'm confused. I mean,
Anthony immediately looks at everyone and then down at Agnes, just nods kind of meekly and says, Um, uh, can we discuss this at my office? And Agnes, she just looks up at him, kind of shaking her head negatively and going like, "Oh well, come on then, let's discuss this." And you are in a whole lot of trouble when your parents hear about this. And Anthony, he just nods and hurriedly uh, shoots a look at Vesuvius, pointing at the captured slavers, and Vesuvius knowingly nod as well. And
as they're heading out, I'll just kind of shout and be like, "It was a pleasure meeting you, Lady Agnes."
Before Anthony has a chance to try and leave, to drag her into her office where most of the shouting won't be heard, um, she looks back at you and says, "And I will be having a talk with you, dragging Anthony into such dangers. I don't know who you are, but I got my eyes on you."
Oh,
And she
You
turns.
had to open your mouth.
crap.
Just stop the look, you'll be fine. Although Agnes never liked her much.
And
Well,
she
seems like you've gotten yourself in a bit of trouble.
I think we're all in trouble now.
I'm just gonna
Oh,
sigh,
no.
and I'm just going to be like, "Yeah, seems like it. Reminds me at the times at the temple. Speaking of which, I'm going to need to write a letter."
And as soon as you see Anthony and Agnes, the little halfling enchantress, making their ways up the stairs, you can just hear that Agnes keeps on yelling to Anthony, and Anthony just nods his head, going like, yeah, please keep the voice down. And she just kind of keeps yelling, but eventually the volume lowers a little bit as they grow further away until you just hear a door slamming farther in the distance on the second floor of the academy, and then the voice is finally silenced. And as soon as that happens, everyone around you, the other guild members, start whispering and gossiping with one another. Everyone apparently very interested in whatever's just happened.
Wait, I just remembered. She said she's the guild's enchantress?
Yep.
Huh.
Maybe
That's
she
interesting.
she doesn't use the Cyphuriums.
That I would hope not. I mean, Antony's been gathering those to try to figure out to free them. So maybe she might be working on that along with maybe actually doing not soul binding enchanting.
That seems like a reasonable judgment.
Well, I'm going to be getting a talk with her later anyway. So that's going to be fun.
Perhaps we can speak with Anthony's parents as well if they are to be contacted. I'm sure they can be reasoned with.
I'm not sure many people know how to get in contact with them. I've only heard passing about them here in the guild.
Right? I
As
mean,
have
guild
I.
leader Anthony's the only one I've known for since I've been here.
But if
Same.
this Agnes woman is really going to call Anthony's parents into the matter, perhaps they, as his parents, would understand the situation.
Well, you'd have to ask them.
Hey Basil.
Yeah.
You keep talking about your master, but we don't know much about her.
Or him.
Yeah, well, no, because they said the name's Lilith. That's a girl's name.
Oh,
I don't remember
right.
gendered.
I've never told much about Master Lilith. She's a really kind woman. I mean, she's a tiefling, but she's a kind woman. I mean, I was living on the streets when I was using some minor thievery to basically keep myself alive. I swiped her coin pouch from her, and the woman chased me down. But instead of like scolding me, sending me to whatever guards are in the city or anything like that, she took me in instead and then trained me. She the she trained me to be a monk. I mean, she basically ran an orphanage, and then she would let those children basically go have families, or if they wanted to, they would they would train, but that would be mostly so that they could defend themselves, and then if they wanted to, they could stay on with the inner sanctum temple and be trained as monks. There was a couple ways. I didn't know much about. I didn't talk to him too much, but she was married to Master Fell, but Master Lilith trained in one form of the form of inner clarity, whereas Master Fell was of the open hand. They both were good teachers, but I followed the way of the inner clarity. She really had a way of being kind, but also tough. She wouldn't let you back down on stuff. And
She must have been fast to be able to keep up with you. I've seen how fast you can run.
oh, yeah, let's just say I am fast, but she was faster. And I mean, she was also kind in that sense, where she was just like, I know you've had a tough life, come with me. She didn't hit me or anything like that, well, except in training, but she took care of me. I mean, I found a family there. It was kind of her, and she had, and she was a lovely lady. She had, for a tiefling, she was bright red, but she had beautiful silver hair, and she could just really see a person, and that's inside a person, and that's really what I wanted to know. And so I decided to train into the inner clarity. Then, once my training was done, she basically kind of shoved me out the door, but in a good sense. She said that with the training that I was given, that I needed to learn more of it. I needed to go out in the world, because otherwise I'd just be stuck seeing the same people, seeing the same insights, and if I don't go out in the world and see it, I can't grow in my skills. And she described some of her history, her life, and she described about, I think it was only like maybe a time right around what was, what they, the Fivnit back in the time, where her and a party of adventurers went and literally saved the world. But I always thought those were just kind of stories. She was kind of giving us epic tales. But hearing now, she sent me here to this guild because she said she had friends who ran it, and now seeing Guildmaster Antony, and now this lady Adness, I don't think her stories were as much as tall tales as they were an actual past.
As you guys are, as you're discussing this, the most perceptive of you, namely you, Basil, and you, Stina, notice that around you, well, you Chupar, a lot of people that were kind of just around and about, gossiping amongst themselves, they start to pay attention to your conversations as well. They kind of quiet down around you, and they keep trying to overhear what you're saying. And at the same time, Vesivis, the badger who runs a huge portion of the guild, he also kind of slinks a little bit closer. He kind of seems to keep a polite distance, almost as if waiting for you all to finish whatever you're talking about before engaging with you.
I'll see Wasivis over there and go and see my old badger friend who was hiding out earlier.
Alright. Donar, you approach Vasivis, who just looks up at you and says, "Well, y'all just had quite a ruckus out there, didn't you?"
It was quite a foray out there. Fiends, we did not expect a fiend to be out there.
Aye, them fiends seems to be out and about more than ever now, aren't they?
They are, very much so. I have a question for you. You haven't heard of a tabaxi around here called... And I pull Neo over.
Oh, his name is Lucas. His tabaxi name would be Cause of Ruckus.
Oh. Your tabaxi friend goes by multiple names, is that so?
Indeed. He chooses to go by Lucas, however.
Aye, fine. Well, one of those, captives that were rescued by yours truly, I believe, told me, well, we've been taking their stories, and one of them told that you were planning to talk to them about this, Lucas person that you're seeking. Come on over, I'll get you acquainted again under better accommodations. And Vasivis, the badger, just kind of turns around and starts to go off into one of the rooms where you previously had seen some of the slaves that were freed, go into. Some of you, especially you, Sienna, Basil, and Rand, recognize this to be sort of the guild's infirmary of sorts. And all of you follow.
Yes.
On the inside...
Do any of the slaves need medical assistance?
Some of them do. You see that Villavel is already trying to organize some of the other healers who are there on what to do and how to treat how to treat these people. And you notice that they have been doing this for quite a while, as they came into the guild and immediately went over there, whereas a whole lot of things happened with Anthony and Agnes, and then Rand talked about his masters. They have been here getting some sort of medical assistance already. And you do see a goblin male who's sat down in the corner. He's very sorry. He's very bruised all over the place. His wrists have these very deep red marks, almost like the marks that Basil had on his foot that he showed you guys before. This goblin has these marks on his hands, and even though he's very still looking quite poor, he's up and around trying to help everyone, the other goblins and orcs who were taken by the slavers. And as soon as Vasivis sees them and sees you, sees him, he kind of brings you over to this goblin and says, "Hey, Master Gret, these are the folks who rescued you, if I'm to believe. You said they wanted to ask you questions and you had the answers, aye?" And the little goblin looks up to you recognizing, especially you, Basil, and he just nods and says, Yeah, they are the ones, yeah. And Vesuvius just nods and says, Hey then, I'll leave you be. You know where to find me if you ever have anything else you need found or discussed or treated. Then he nods to all of you and walks away.
So how are you doing? I know you wanted to talk to us, but I do want to know how you're feeling.
The goblin, he seems a little bit energetic and never really stops treating the other goblins and orcs, except when the healers from the guild themselves come up to treat whoever he is helping. But he looks up at you and says, I've been doing very well. This is quite a relief to be here. Free, at last.
Agreed. I'm glad that we could help.
So, I hear that you're looking for a tabaxi.
Yes, our friend here is looking for him.
Neo will give a brief description of what Lucas would look like.
All the while that you're describing the tabaxi, the goblin keeps on nodding, acknowledging what you're saying. Yes, that's the one that they brought in. He looked kinda regal, kinda fancy, if you know what I mean. He
Regal.
seemed valuable. He wasn't rabble like us. He got some special treatments, and I heard talk of gold, large amount of gold for him.
That's interesting. That kind of concerns me that they might have known maybe what he was.
Do you have any idea of where he might be now?
He shakes his head. Unfortunately, no. I heard only that they plan to bring him further west, to a place called... What was it? Dosididi or something.
Dosidai.
Yes, that place you said. They said they wanted to bring him there. Or use him to get there. I don't quite understand. But they were saying something along those lines.
And who are they?
I didn't really got to catch who they were. I only saw the master. Well, the fiend that you killed. Only caught him when he was still in his human form, I guess. I only heard his voice and what he was saying. I didn't see who they were. I just heard different voices. Voices we don't hear normally. Didn't hear normally.
It might be possible that one of the slavers that we've brought back would know more. Possibly.
Yes. I would hope they would know more. Thank you for your help.
The little goblin nods, and before you have a chance to say anything else, he just kind of lurches forward, grabs your hand, Neo, and shakes it vigorously before bowing. The pleasure is all mine. We would still be captured and slaves if it were not for you.
Yes, you're absolutely welcome, dear. And I will try and pull my hand free of the happy goblin.
And he just nods and says, "If you ever... Well, I don't know what the future holds for us, but let it be known that I, Dak Kuret, will do my best to repay our debt."
Thank you, dear. It is good to know we would have one more potential ally in all of this.
And the goblin nods, and finally, as you tug on his hand, he finally loosens his grip and lets you go. And then he just turns back to the other injured persons and keeps on helping the helpers.
Quite an excitable little one, isn't he?
Yes, indeed. And then when my own back is turned, I would like to feel my hand to make sure everything is still there.
Yep, everything is still there, Neo. As you look at your hands and at your possessions, everything's where it should have been.
Okay, good, because that ring's a little precious. Now we should probably go find someone so we can go talk to the slaver prisoners.
Indeed. How about it, Wizzy Viz? Perhaps you,
Fizzy-viz?
Viz-a-viz.
Wizzy Wizzy was a fizz. Fizzy Fizzy got it.
Sorry.
Yep.
Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear?
Sienna's face is going to go that flat pan look again, and you're just going to hear Nox's voice saying, "There are a number of methods I might be capable of that would assist in this."
I have my own method. Unfortunately, the fiend has fought off that method, but should the prisoners we talk to not fight off this method, it would be quite accurate.
Are you familiar with the method of cooking a potato by encasing it in a thin sheet of metal?
I believe so, yes.
If he is still in his armor, such a method can be duplicated.
If my method fails, I will relinquish control to you, dear.
I doubt that they would keep prisoners in armor, Sienna, once they get them in a jail.
Shackles, perhaps.
Yes, in fact, I think we should remove all of their clothing just in case.
You're just a horny fool, aren't you?
Yeah, Neo would normally grin at a comment like that, but he's a bit too stoic at the moment.
Sienna's face is just gonna blank, and it's gonna go, "That defeats the purpose of the heat metal spell."
Oh gosh. Nox, please just don't torture anybody. I don't think we need to get that extreme. I hope.
Depends on how loose their tongues are, and if they're willing to keep them.
A druid is the embodiment of the forces of nature. Nature does not care for pain.
Yep. Alright, well, shall we go? I'll come with you. Maybe I can spy something in them while you're interrogating them.
Yes.
What time is it, Doug, in world?
It's about some 4 in the afternoon.
Well, then we should be about our business and talk to these slavers.
I think they need to be in cells first.
So you look up for Vesivis, is that so?
Yes.
Alright. You find Vesivis, who's mostly shooing away guild members who are just idling by making sure that the guild hall, the entrance hall at least, is empty of people who are just kind of hanging out, and making sure that most people are doing something. And he sees all of you coming back to him, and he just nods and says, "Hi, did that help you? Did that solve your problems, masters?"
It did.
After a fashion, yes. However, there are still questions we would like to ask the prisoners, if that is all right.
Ah, you want to talk to the prisoners, is that so?
Yes, they may have information the poor captured from the other room may not have.
Alright, Neo, make a persuasion check. As you start to explain to him the necessity you have to, to talk to the prisoner, to whatever degree you choose to do so. Vesuvius, he just looks up at you and says, "Well, I suppose you're the ones who captured them anyway, so it's only fair that you're the ones who, well, help with the interrogation, aye? Come on, come on." And he starts ushering you to the other side of the guild, whereas one side is the infirmary, the other side is where other things are in the guild. And like sort of a mess hall and such. And there's it's kind of close by to this kitchen area of sorts, and then you go through the outside and through a staircase that descends into the basement. And once there, you go inside to what appears to be a very small few holding cells. You get the sense that, well, it's kind of an open area as well. And these holding cells mostly look like they were designed to hold creatures of whatever sorts and varieties. But here they are, being used to hold these captured slavers. And you see a female brass dragonborn that seems to be the warden. She's just finishing writing up some papers on the capturees, and she just stands up, looks at Vesuvius with a nod, and Vesuvius nods back at her. "So, these adventurers here, they're the ones who captured this whole rousy bunch, and they want to have a conversation. They seem to have questions." And the Dragonborn just looks down at Vesuvius, then at all seven of you, and says, "All right. I suppose. Well, which one of these fools do you want to interrogate?" And she points at the cells, and you see several humans and some elves, half elves even, that are there, devoid of weapons, not quite of armors yet.
So looking them over, does it look like any one of them might be smarter or more informationful?
That veteran that we left alive in the main camp was next to the boss man during the fight and didn't seem freaked out that they were fiends, so I suggest we look for their face.
I may have an idea that would help get information out rather freely, if you'll allow me.
Is your idea similar to my own, Tar?
You're gonna sleep with them, aren't you?
Don't be rude. I know nothing about them. I just have an easier way of making friends with people, calling into their emotion.
Oh, your idea does sound a bit similar to my own. I was going to suggest they answer all my questions, if you catch my drift.
Dak,
Find that effect to be far too fleeting, sweetie. Mine was a bit longer lasting.
Dak, you forget to give us cards.
That I did. Thank you for a reminder, Regis. So, as you point out that to the group, Sienna, they do find, well, you do recall seeing everyone there. Who is the veteran that was apparently unperturbed by the fact that there was a bona fide fiend fighting amongst their midst, and the chains were coming to life and doing all sorts of havoc. And it does not take too long before you find the veteran, who's still. As soon as you come in, he's kind of been on the corner of the cages of the holding cells, and he just kind of shoots you all a very, very dirty glance.
Is this veteran a half elf at all? Or any sort of elf?
No, he seems to be human.
Par's
Okay,
gonna
good.
step up to his cage.
They're all in the same cage. But as soon as you point him out to, well, do you point him out to the Dragonborn lady to kind of pull him out of his cell?
Yes.
All right. So you point him out, and the Dragonborn just kind of tells everyone to back off and calls him over, and he comes, and then she opens the cell, puts on cuffs on him, closes the cell, and brings him over into a more a further away portion of the brig. She kind of brings him outside for a little bit, out of earshot from the others, and also out of earshot from the whole training grounds area of the guild. That so you are sort of in a private place almost, and she looks down at Vesuvius and says, "You take care of him. In case he tries to do anything funny, let me know. I will go back to watch the others, and you all," and she looks at the seven of you, "no funny business, okay?"
No funny business, promise.
And she
Definitely nothing
nods.
funny here.
She nods and goes back to the brig to watch over all the other capturees. And then it's only the seven of you, Vesuvius, and the captured veteran.
I'm going to let the others talk, and I'm just going to kind of keep watch of him, his body language, that sort of stuff, and just kind of watch.
Shall you try yours first, dear, or shall I try mine?
Yeah, I hope you'll pardon the expression, but I've grown rather skilled at loosening one's tongue.
Then by all means, Pardeer, be my guest.
Going to walk over to this captain, or was he a captain, or was he just like this?
No, he was just a high-ranking member of the group.
Gonna have him, lick his thumb and rub some of the dirt off of his face. Now, I know you were the second in command, or at least close enough to someone who knew what was going on. You look smart, after all. I think it would be such a good idea that you share that information with us. At least me, being such good friends and all. And I will cast Fast Friends.
All right, pull up the spell that so I can see what it does. I imagine that I make a wisdom saving throw.
It doesn't want to click.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Let me see the spell Fast Friends. It's not even a cantrip. It's the actual third level spell. It's a wisdom saving throw. All right.
when we leveled up, did we get our 3rd level slots, or do we have to wait to go to sleep?
Last time we leveled up, we got the spell slots for leveling up. We just didn't get any lost HP and other ability
Yeah,
scores and
but
such.
by then you didn't get new spells, so yeah,
Good
yeah.
call.
I would say that you didn't get new spells like just like that, not yet. So
Dang it.
no fast friends.
In that case, I have my own idea that I would
But-
like to do.
You can, if you would like, roll a persuasion check with disadvantage.
If I can't use fast friends, then I will use calm emotions.
Okay, fair enough.
So he's not, upset with me. He's just kind of indifferent, and then we can try and go from there.
All right, let me read this thing real quick. Yeah. He makes a charisma saving throw though. So,
Yeah.
what's your spell DC again?
15.
15. Let me see. Actually, that's not a +2 if it's a veteran. Let me just double check what's his shebang. He has
0.
He has a 0 modifier for charisma, so that's a 13, which failed, I believe.
So his disposition should be indifferent towards me.
Yeah, whereas before he was looking at all of you with furrowed brows, and you almost expect him to snarl at you all. He just seems to relax his muscles, his facial muscles, and go to a more like a resting bitch face sort of face, and just looks at all 7 of you, kind of like whatever. At most a little bothered by the fact that he's in chains, or well, rather in cuffs. But aside from that, he looks pretty chill. So go ahead and make a persuasion check, straight roll. Par. Let me roll for him, just true.
I'll add my card to that.
Sure. What is your card? A 10. All right, so that's 23. He looks at you and sees no reason to feel hostile to you at all, and indeed, he feels bruised and somewhat tired and exhausted. And as you come, kind of with a very, very charming presence, you come over to him, clean up some of his face with your thumb, and kind of caress his cheek and jaw a little bit. And he seems a little bit into it. And he looks at you and says, "Well then, I suppose I could help. What do you need?"
All we're looking for is just some information on those demons, where they came from, who they are. We seem to be at a rather big loss here, and if you could help, we would appreciate it.
Oh, the fiends, they came. Well, I say they, but it was this guy, the one you fought and killed, who came, and he was pretty charming to a degree, very convincing on getting people bent over and working for him. He hired me to be part of his group, and we've been enslaving people for quite a while. It's been what now? Some 17 years. He did came with 2 others, I remember. He's saying I don't know about them, though. They seem to come and go as they please. Last time, though, one of the other fiends we saw them, he was accompanied by some other guy. Well, he wasn't a fiend then, he was disguised as a human. And this other guy was also disguised as a... what was it? An elf, I believe? But there seemed to be something very off about the way he was, the way he moved, the way he talked. I don't remember exactly what, but there was something kinda weird about him. I got the sense that he wasn't one of us, just like my boss. And he wanted to buy this last time we saw them. He was making a trade with some... well, he was making a trade. He was gonna pay us a whole lot of money for this tabaxi that we had captured. They wanted to bring him west, and we were bringing them as far west as we could go. We wouldn't go the full way because, well, there's no one living over there. There's no work for us as the slavers in a land without people to enslave. So this is as far as we went. But they, the other fiend and the other guy that I never saw before, that I'm sure was some other weird creature, well, they seem interested in keeping going.
You had mentioned a tabaxi. Could you describe him for me? While this guy's talking, I'm just casually like brushing his hair, cleaning his face, poking at his chest.
And of course, he kind of just goes talking and just seemingly very into it, into everything that you're doing and the way that you're saying, the mellowness in your voice. It seems very like, oh, I'm getting into this. And he's like, yeah, there was this tabaxi, and he was, well, he didn't look quite like a tabaxi. He had a weird fur pattern, and he pretty much describes Lucas for you guys. And as he finishes the description of the tabaxi that they had captured and the other folks were interested in buying, you get the sense, Par, that his face starts to frown once again as he kind of just notices what you're doing, and he kind of just tries to back away from you as you sense that the duration of calm emotions has elapsed.
Thank you so much for being cooperative. And I'll kiss his forehead and walk away.
He just grunts and kind of tries to shake his head, just step away from you, but can't very well because he's bound.
Hopefully the rest of you got all that.
Yeah, insight roll, please.
Sure.
Yes, let's do this.
Yeah.
Sienna sees the future.
I
Anna sees
also,
better than I did
I
this.
also went to the Sanctum of Understanding, apparently.
You're very focused right now.
So
Well, honestly, it's probably not. It's not Sienna.
Although he could lie, he didn't really have a reason to.
yeah,
Still.
the
I don't
three of
trust
you,
others.
Sienna, Basil, and Neil, you're scrutinizing his every single word and facial movements, and he seems to have the most plain face the whole time. Like, he's not doing any sort of weird facial motions in any way, and the words that he's talking, the tone of his voice, absolutely nothing about it gives you the impression that he's lying. You get the sense that he was very forthcoming. And he told you everything that he seemed to know or remember.
Well,
that helps you a little bit, Neo. I'm sorry it didn't last longer.
I suppose that might be everything he is able to tell. I suppose we'll just have to head west and hope for the best at some point. We know where they are headed, just not in the specific directions they are headed.
And that's the best that we can probably do. And Kraw's master is still to the west as well. I suggest we get a good night's sleep and head out tomorrow that direction.
And maybe we should buy a cart if you are going to travel.
Would be a good idea.
Or the magic item I've heard about called a bag of holding.
Kra, you have examined the area, some maps around as soon as you got the word that your master was waiting for you, and you know for a fact that as soon as you cross the crossing, roads aren't as well maintained over there. So while having a cart would be easier on all of you for traveling, you get the sense that there are portions you will not be able to go because there are no roads there. You're not entirely sure where exactly. You get the sense that you can get as far as the valley, but beyond that, it's a wild guess.
Do
And
we have a
maybe we
map?
need some horses.
A map would be nice if I could also pick up some cartographer supplies. I could make a more accurate map while we travel.
That's a good idea.
I think tomorrow might be a supply day and then leave, or leave in the middle of the day.
I would prefer to leave as early as possible. However, if we need to gather supplies, I will patiently wait.
We still
better
have
to
some
be-
time to buy some things today.
Yeah, it's about 4:30 in the afternoon. You have plenty of time to buy things.
Can we even
Yes.
afford a bag of holding? Nobody's paid us.
Well, we could trade any magic items if we had any.
Well, perhaps they would be willing to trade services for a bag of holding. I admit I am not aware of how much a bag of holding would cost around here.
Maybe we should ask Agnes.
Adness was going to be my suggestion.
I suppose we could ask her. However, I believe our disposition towards her might be a bit negative at the moment, considering we are responsible for dragging Anthony out of the guild.
Yeah, she's not going to let us go without
Well,
a discussion.
I remember the argument this morning with Vesivis. Anthony was gonna go. Honestly, whether we were gonna go with him or not, Anthony was gonna go.
Well, this is true. Perhaps this might sway her disposition more in our favor, considering instead of allowing him to go alone, we persuaded him to bring an army along, so to speak.
He wasn't even hurt. He wasn't even in the fighting.
I believe he may have been. We were just too preoccupied with our own struggle to see it.
Well, he was chasing after the copy of Rio, and I didn't see any wounds on him when he came back.
Yes. Whoever probably did a disguise self or something. No, to make it look like it.
Regardless, shall we go find this Agnes?
We can try.
If she's done talking with Mr. Boulder.
So we may need to listen in at the door to make sure it's safe to enter.
Well, let's go find out.
Do.
So you go back into the guild and up the stairs to Anthony's office. Is that so?
That is the last place we knew Adnis would be.
Do me and Cross still hear yelling as we're approaching?
No, as it happens, you don't hear anything at all. No matter how close you get to the door, you don't hear anything until you're pretty much almost with your ears to the door. Rand and Cry, you just hear very faintly Anthony and the Enchantress, that seems to be Adnis, talking. They don't seem to be yelling at one another or anything. They seem to be talking very politely now. On the other side of the door, that is.
Who wants to knock?
Yeah, if Kra and Rend don't knock, Neo will.
Alright. So you knock at the door, and from the other side you just hear just a moment. And then you hear some shuffling. Things apparently being concealed. You get the sense by the noises themselves and by the time it takes for the door to be answered. You get the sense that there was some shuffling and things being concealed before the door opens, and you see Anthony opening up the door and seeing all 7 of you and says, "Ah, it's you. Come on in. What can I help you with?"
Looking around, is Adnis still here, or is it just Antony right now?
Adnis is there, yes.
Sorry to interrupt your discussion, but I knew you were going to want to talk to us later anyway, so we figured since we've done what we need to do and found what info we could get out of the slavers so far, we figured we'd come here and have our talk.
Well, that's pretty proactive of you. I'm not entirely sure that I already know what I'm going to talk to you about. I was thinking about things, and I think I have some ideas. And before Anthony can go on, Adnis just turns to all of you and says, "Well, I hear that you're all explorers and you have a knack for fighting otherworldly beings. As it happens, these otherworldly beings have been a pain in the ass for quite a while, and they need to be dealt with. And you could very well go into these other planes and deal with them. You should even. That's what you're in this guild for, after all."
I'm sorry. Other planes? What? I mean, what are you meaning?
Other planes of existence. Well, I won't presume to know where you have studied or if you have studied at all, but... Well, there's this plane we inhabit, this world, and there are other worlds out there, like our own, but different from our own in many ways. There's this world that is inhabited by demons and fiends and all manner of diabolic creatures, and they keep invading our world to try and cause havoc and terrorize it and get souls. We don't know yet of a safe way to go back and forth from that world, but we are looking into options. There are other worlds where we could go, but there's nothing to do over there, as far as we know, but Well, there's lost magical artifacts in these worlds that could help us if we retrieve them. But we're still looking into that. The most pressing matter right now is these. And Agnes produces from one of her pockets one of the Nifiliums that you had got from Rio when you defeated him and gave to Anthony. She kind of just holds it up and says, "These. This is what the demons are after. That's why they are coming here to capture souls and make them into this. And these cannot keep going on."
Agreed.
Very much so. We've encountered it even before fighting this last one. We've seen these before, so it's understandable.
I have an idea of how to release these, but it's a little bit tricky. And it would need volunteers.
Volunteers for what now?
Well, did Mr. Balder talk to you about what he learned last night about those?
Yes, he did share it with me. And that's why I believe I know the answer to this conundrum. Like I said, there are many worlds out there. There's a world of good, of positive energies, and there's a world of negative energies. The hells, as we call them, Nifldoom, is where these are coming from. And I believe that we have to bring these into the worlds of good, to Zenith, if we want to free them.
Mr. Balder and I were informed that only the tools of the Forge Master of Nifldoon would be capable of unmaking them.
Well, yes, but we can't very well do that. Therefore, there's my theory. It needs to be proven. If it works, then we will know for sure. If it doesn't, then we have no other options, I'm afraid. Well, regardless, like you asked, Big One, we need volunteers to bring these into Zenith, to the world of positive energy and good, and try and liberate the soul. If you do that, and that works, then we'll know for a fact that there is a way to undo this evil. But going over there is a little bit tricky of a trek for just about anyone to do.
How do we get there if we do take the job?
Well, there are ways to get there. They're not all easy or straightforward, and the way to Zenith is dangerous. Well, the way there and back is a little bit dangerous. But as soon as I know that you're good, if you want to do this even, if you're going to go and do this, then yes, we can tell you how to get there.
I think that we should give it a try. We've been saying that we want to free these souls, but we do still need to meet with Kraw's master. He might have more information for us.
And we need to find Neos Tabaxi.
Yeah, there might be a ticking clock on Lucas.
Well, no
But at
rush.
the same time, doing this job could be greatly beneficial, both
But
in
if
the
the
grand
way-
scheme and at the personal level.
But if the way there happens to be to the west, we could certainly go there after we finish.
Indeed, I was about to inquire as to the general direction of this way to this realm of positive energy.
Well, I'm not about to go and give all the information just like that, but if you seem keen on doing this, to the west there's a tower. It's a traveling tower. If you find it, within you will find a way to Zenith. But finding the tower is pretty hard, therefore we have a better option. On the crossing, the bridge. If you go over there at noon, concentrate on where you want to go. Ideally, if you have a follower of one of the Almighties within you, who could try and channel their deity's energy, then you can open the pathway. Then all you have to do is just go through it.
Everyone looks at Par.
And
I
Donar.
also follow Gaffeder. That seems to be on our way anyway. I suggest that we try that after we meet up with Kraw's master.
I think we need to find Neos the Baxi first.
Okay?
Seeing as I owe Neo the chance to explore the new world, I'm in favor of finding the Tabaxi as well.
If we take this job, we're kind of burdened down with some of our gear, Miss Agnes. A method of carrying more than we currently can that is not powered by souls would be a wonderful addition to our capabilities on this job and future ones.
Yeah, I don't want to go unprepared if we're going to be traveling to different planes.
What do you mean unprepared? Have you not been getting paid by the guild?
No!
No. Has not really paid us very much, ma'am.
Our first job was a complete failure due to pirates.
She looks up at Anthony, and Anthony just kind of shrugs. And then she looks back at you and says, "Well, it seems you really needed me around here after all." And she just shakes her head, turns away from all of you, and starts an incantation, some sort of conjuration. And after a minute, she finishes whatever it is that she's channeling, and somewhat of a translucent door appears in the middle of Anthony's office. And then she just turns back to you all and says, "Wait here." And then she...
Can you get the pearl for identify spell?
Well, alright. I will get that for you.
Thank you.
And then she just opens the door, goes in and closes the door. And she doesn't comes back out immediately. It takes her some time.
Did she just make a door?
Would
appear
Neo
in the
recognize
middle?
this? Would Neo recognize the spell? Because I think the player recognizes the spell.
Make an Arcana check, Neo.
I'll make an Arcana check too.
Sure.
God damn it.
You don't put Kratos.
Neo's a little distracted because he was so close to getting Lucas and then so far away.
Or he saw a button.
And I only have one spell point because I leveled up, so I'm not even going to be able to put 2 into it to gain advantage on that.
So, Neo, you look dumbfounded by the ease that everything that's going on, and even though you just look at Agnes casting this spell, conjuring up this door, going through it, then Cry asking her for a pearl and she just going in, and you're more hung up on the fact that at no moment she ever mentioned prices. So your mind is thinking, oh, is this gonna be for free? And that thought just consumes your mind completely. You, Kra, however, think about this and you remember just the other day when you were inside the tower that had doors to multiple dimensions, and you immediately identify she's going into a demiplane. And then you think of all the spells you know that your master mentioned to you in passing that could have such a thing to do with that, and the way that she just conjure up a door, a translucent door in the middle of nowhere, and you think she's casting Magnificent Mansion.
Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion.
And as soon as you think, oh, she's casting Magnificent Mansion, that's a very powerful spell. Oh, she's a very powerful arcanist. To be able to cast such a spell. And as all of you guys are more or less waiting for Agnes to return, Anthony just turns back to you and says, well, the way to Zenith and to Nifldoom is pretty similar, so do be careful. Your way there is pretty simple. You could even stumble upon it by accident, but the way back is not easy. To return from Zenith is literally to fall out of the sky, and I would hope that some of you know how to arrest your fall in one way or another.
I should be able to summon 8 flying animals, should that be the case.
Ah, neat.
Only 8?
Well, I can summon less if you prefer.
Oh, summon as many as you want.
Well, I can only summon 8. I can't turn into one yet. I can summon 8 of them, though.
Well, if you have any ways of not splattering yourselves on the ground once you return from Zenith, then that would be great. The way back from the house is a little bit trickier, because instead of falling, you're trying to rise, and without any means of flight, it can be quite tricky, especially because there are imps and other evil creatures trying to keep you from leaving the hells. But indeed, the pathway to both of those places rests at the crossing. So please do not go into these other worlds without notifying us first. Because
I mean, I don't think we really have an ambition to do that.
if you go, we need to know what we can do to help, and if we can, if we need to know in case you get stuck, if there's anything we can do on our end to help you on your end to return.
Yeah, that would be good.
Besides, these other worlds are dangerous, so I would not allow you to go unless you had proven yourselves and prepared yourselves for this. But anyway, just if you're planning to go, make sure you're well prepared and take care. And then a few moments later, You all see the translucent door opening in the middle of Anthony's study, and you see Agnes coming back up with her hand or with her arms loaded with small little trinkets, and she does seem to be carrying a little bag of holding. And then she just comes in, closing the door with her feet, and then she runs up to Anthony's desk and kind of just sort of hops into his chair to then unload everything on top of it. And you see that there's a whole lot of things in there that Agnes brought from who knows where. She seems to have brought you all a bag of holding, a pearl of a pearl of well, just a pearl to identify spells.
A pearl of money.
Yeah, pearl of money. She seems to have brought as well 2 diamonds, both worth 500 gold pieces. They are even labeled. And she also seems to have brought as well a sword that is both silvered and seems very shiny. And as she's going through the items, she reveals this sword to be a +1 sword that is also silvered.
What kind of sword?
It's a long sword. And on top of all that nonsense, she also brings in a box. And she starts going through all the things. So you can write down that you have all those things. You have a bag of holding. Actually, I should create a bag of holding for the party.
Yep.
Another...
I have a use for one of those diamonds, by the way.
Another character, another bag of holding. Let me go. Team.
Another monstrosity for Brian to mess with.
Right. So this should be available for Utsad, the Chapo, Regis, Badenkun, Tiger, Brian. What am I forgetting? Meta. And that's all, I believe. Yep. It can be edited by all those people.
Yep.
But should not be edited. I mean...
I don't need to see it.
Okay, it's up there now. In the characters green, there is a new character.
Tem
Green.
Tem Green.
Tem?
Team Green. There we go. Now it says Team Green's bag of holding. So yeah, you have your own bag of holding to fill with shenanigans. You gain 2 of those diamonds, both worth 500 gold pieces for whatever reasons. Who knows? Maybe you want to sell it. Maybe you want to bet it. Maybe you want to use it as a spell component. A +1 long sword. The pearl. That is worth 100 gold pieces, if I recall correctly, for identify.
Yes.
And on top of that, a box that she puts on top of the table, and before anyone tries to reach for the box, I imagine Randy, you're about to go and try and reach the box. Agnes just kind of slaps her hand away. It's like, this here is a folding boat. You will need it if we're going to go to Zenith.
Boat.
This is a boat, yes.
Is
Yeah,
there lots of
interesting.
rivers in the plane?
Well, the way there is a little bit tricky, and you will have a easier time if you go by boat. And she just sort of taps the box once, and she says in common, small boat, and then the box starts to unfold itself and shape into a small boat that is quite big. It's 10 feet long, barely fits inside Anthony's office. And then she says, you can use this boat, it's very small, but it's 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 gonna be useful for you wherever you're going. And the good part is that you can then fold it back again. And she taps the boat once again. And in common, she just says retract. And the boat starts to fold in on itself and compress back into the box. And then she says, there's another word. There's big boat. Don't ever say that word unless you're in a big space.
What you just said then, ma'am.
Without tapping the box. Tap the box and say the word, and then the box will unfold into a big boat. Did you get that?
Yep.
Crystal clear.
All right.
Yes, thank you.
So, this is yours, I suppose, since Anthony has been neglecting to give you any sort of recompense for your hard work to the guild. But don't worry, that'll change now. Yes, young one?
Do you have any idea how we can get back from there without flying?
Well, I would expect you, diverse lot, to have some sort of spell to arrest your fall.
I mean, I can summon 8 giant owls, and that'll be more than enough for us to fly back down to the ground.
More than enough. There you go. You already have a way.
Technically, I think I may only need 4 giant owls.
Cry is going to
I'm
shake.
not very big.
Come again, Regis? What did you say?
Cry is going to shake.
It will be okay, Craw. I know that you don't like to fly.
Flying sounds like fun.
It's not.
It's really the only option I got.
Sad when
Well,
we fall to death.
if you have any sort of transportation, you can also use that, but I don't know that any of you know how to plan a shift, do you?
As of yet, no, but I am aware of a higher level spell that can be cast for such a thing to happen.
That sounds more like arcane magic rather than a druid understanding of nature, which is what I'm limited to.
Well, when your bodies and minds open up to a higher level of understanding of the weave that courses through the world and the chaos that powers the magic, then maybe you will learn how to plan a shift, and then you will not need to fall to your deaths to return from Zenith. In any case, this is what I have to offer you, if you are indeed going over there. And then she pulls back again the same Nifilium that she had shown you before, and then she offers it to you. And if you're going to Zenith to test our hypothesis, bring this with you and try and free the soul within. And then she turns to you, Par, the resident follower of some deity, and she tells you to pretty much focus on all that your deity embodies. Focus on the goodness, the lawfulness that your deity represents. Think about that. Feel it within yourself, within your heart. And concentrate on that to open the path to Zenith. Once you are there, in Zenith, you'll be in the plains of the Almighties. That's where the gods reside themselves. Of course, you're not going to meet them. You shouldn't even try to meet them. After all, encountering the gods can be a mind-shattering experience from what I have heard. So, keep yourselves to the ground. Seek the ruins of the Almighties. It's an old city, according to reports, that is close to where you'll be happening upon. In these ruins, bring the crystal, and you will have to utter a prayer of protection from evil on the crystal before shattering it, to allow the soul to free itself. Also, maybe a remove curse spell. Do both, why not? We only have one shot at this anyway. And after you do that, hopefully the soul of whoever's trapped in there should be released and fly around, I guess. And go back to wherever it wants to go. Did you get that?
Makes sense to me.
Yes.
Protection from evil is going to require holy water, but that should be easy enough for us to find.
Yes.
And I believe I can deal with removing a curse
can
after we've
handle-
had that rest.
And then I can handle protection after a rest too, and then 1-2 punch.
I can prepare protection too.
Well, if you want to do that, then I don't know, conjure animals is probably the only one I'll really need on this mission, unless things go incredibly south.
And as we are not yet aware of when exactly we shall be heading to this other plane, perhaps looking into the material components for the planar shift spell would be a good idea as well.
I mean, what level spell is that?
Player speak. Plane shift is a 7th level spell.
Yeah, we ain't gonna be that level by the time we get there.
I mean, who knows? But still, it would be good to have anyway.
Well, I hope that helps. And if you do happen to find the tower westward of here, that's even better. I'm not entirely sure where the tower will release you upon happening on that plane, but it's a much safer bet of both going and returning.
Even if we do not go to Zenith right away, I believe at least finding this tower and ensuring its safety would be good given the circumstances. We have no way of knowing if any fiendish beings would want to use it for their own purpose.
You just see Agnes kind of chuckle a little bit and says, "Oh, good luck with that. I don't think that'll happen."
Also, if the guild knows where this city ruin is, and we've been there before, a map might be useful. If not, I can always get some tools and make one when we go.
It's pretty straightforward. You will happen upon an ocean of sorts, close to a ravine. All you have to do is cross the ravine, and then you will be near the ruins.
How far across is that ravine?
No, not too far.
500 miles.
Because I can only conjure animals twice, and if we need them for falling out of the sky, I don't want to use them to cross the ravine.
It's not too broad of a ravine. It's easy enough to cross.
I'm confused here, Doug.
Yes.
Do we know where the city is, or are we looking for the city? I'm just confused.
The guild knows where the city is. Agnes is giving you the directions over there. It's pretty straightforward, pretty easy to find it. But as best as you can tell, you know where the city will be. You just have to go there and
Okay.
As for the tower, if you find it, be careful. It moves. It doesn't stay in the same place.
The tower moves.
Yes, the tower moves across the wildlands.
That is quite interesting. Don't believe I've heard of such a thing before.
Moving towers are not common at all. Usually buildings tend to stay in one place.
Well, this tower is packed to the brim of enchantments. It can do way more than that. But I would recommend that if you do find the tower, whenever you go in, count 24 hours before going out. Otherwise, you might end up elsewhere, very far away from your intended destination.
So you think it moves on a pattern?
Well, yes, it does move on a pattern, but the pattern is random, also to a degree. But if you find it, you can always expect the tower to be the same place 24 hours later.
I've heard of magical buildings having different enchantments or abilities, but never a tower.
Well, what can I say? Yearing was very extravagant with his enchantments. But anyway, I believe that this is it. Any more questions you have?
Well, I don't know about the others, but I don't, and I would say for the group that thank you for these gifts, Lady Agnes. Your kindness is very. Your kindness and generosity knows no bounds here. We'll really appreciate the help and do what we can to help free these souls and figure out what we can do and maybe stop these fiends. It's been a pleasure, and I think I speak for the others here that we hope to be in your goodwill for as long as we're here with the guild.
But of course, if you're going to be working for the guild, you need to be able to protect yourselves, and you can't do that if you don't have the means. And everyone knows a little magic helps.
We were looking into the means, and then we found out that most of the external options are powered by souls, and that put a damper on the whole thing.
Well, yes, which is problematic in so many levels. But don't worry,
We know.
all these magical enchantments that we have here, they are pure, so to speak. They are not fueled by souls. But if that'll be it, I imagine that's the end of our conversation. Both ours and mine and yours, Anthony. I will retire for now. I hope I will see you again, the seven of you, and hopefully in good health. And that none of you look older all of a sudden or miss some limbs. Well, anyway, and then Agnes just turns around and walks back into the translucent door, walks through it and closes, and the door remains there, but it kind of shimmers a little bit and it's harder to see. But those of you who saw the door know it's still there.
Did she say missing limbs?
Older?
this is going to be a lot more difficult than I think we were led to believe initially.
If these enchantments are this powerful, if that was a hint at the enchantments at least, then. Oh dear.
So I'm taking one of those diamonds. I can use it for Revivify if anyone dies.
So I take it we're going to have a challenge on our hands here soon.
Sounds like it.
I believe Par would make use of this other diamond.
The things I could do with a gem.
Oh yes, you can make it disappear, can't you?
Why, whatever do you mean?
Donar picks up the long sword and says, "This is good. I use long swords."
Yep.
And I'll take the pearl.
Take.
So who's holding on to the bag that I have put my rope into?
I can carry it.
Okay.
And can you carry the boat?
Does the boat fit in the bag?
Yeah, does the boat fit in the bag?
So
Well, in its box form, I'm sure it would.
the boat in its boxed form is a little bit tricky to fit. It's 6 inches wide and 6 inches deep. It's kind of a very rough fit on the bag, but just barely it does fit.
The boat weighs 4 pounds, so there's only 14 pounds currently in the bag of holding. As a foldable boat and Sienna's rope.
I will put it in the bag, and I am going to have to move things around, like put a few things in there, so I'm not encumbered.
Well, I'm pretty set now that I've dropped 10 pounds from the rope.
So as you discuss between yourselves who's taking what and putting things into bags and pouches, Anthony, he just looks at all of you, kind of a little overwhelmed by all the information, and he just says, "Well, I suppose that this is it then. You're going to go to Zenith, aren't you?"
That is in our plans, yes.
But you're gonna make a few stops beforehand, from what I am inclined to believe.
Yes.
Yes, we have a couple leads on, well, and I'm going to kind of point to Kra Neo on some friends and allies that we want to catch before it's too late, before we start heading to Zenith.
Well then, fair enough. I'll tend to my own business then. You do take care, and thanks again for your help with the mercenaries and everything else.
I should be saying that to you, sir. Thank you.
Well, it's a mutual thanks. In any case, I'll be seeing you later. And
Don't forget to pay us when we are back.
don't forget to what?
To pay us.
Don't forget to pay us next time.
Yeah. He just kind of nods a little bit and thinks, well, alright, fair enough. I'll compensate you on any other Cypheriums you bring. If you bring any Phaeoliums or Nephiliums or Shadoriums, we'll pay
Whenever
you.
we're ready to go.
We'll pay you for them.
I mean, tomorrow might be appropriate, daylight and all that.
A long rest would be good. That way we can at least get the 3rd level spells.
I also want buy some stuff before we leave Redemption.
And I think Krom might need more spell time.
Also true. Is there a way we can grab potions either from the guild or purchase some healing potions?
You can buy it right now. We still have some time.
And I'm sure we get a guild discount for buying potions.
Yeah, how much are greater potions?
The greater potions, that is a good question. Let me double check.
I think you're moving into hundreds there.
With the guild discount, especially for potions, it's going to be I don't know, let me double check. That would be 150 gold pieces. A greater potion of healing. Or you can make your own if you take 5 days of work and pay 100 gold pieces. Did you get that? Can I be heard? Hello? Oh no. Hello? What the hell? Oh. Look at you.
And once again, I am in charge of the bag of holding. Yay!
Look at you, Discord. Hacking up on me.
Okay, so when did we lose Doug? Because he was saying something to... Nope, I totally forgot.
Anthony was making some remark about Kraw's insistence that we get paid on time next time.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think that was the last we heard from Doug before Discord effed up on him.
Wow, it's been that long. Man. I did say that Anthony will pay you for any Cypherians you bring back. If you bring back Shaduriums, Phaeoliums, or Nephiliums, he will compensate you on those. And you asked on the prices of greater potions of healing, you can pay 150 to buy them at the guild, or spend a week, 5 days, to make your own for the price of 100 gold. And yes, you have the remainder of the day to buy stuff, and it won't take that long to procure and buy stuff.
I'm going to copy 3 more spells.
Okay.
I would like to pick up Cartographer's supplies.
Sure, that'll come in handy. Do you have the price for
Roll
that?
with her.
Cartographer's supplies cost 15 gold in the PHP.
15, alright. That would go for 10 gold pieces.
I will buy them. Do we also have a map of the Wildlands available for purchase?
You don't quite have a map. Well, actually, you do. You managed to look it up with the peeps. I think my internet is the problem. It's kind of choppy. Anyway.
I mean, the guild would have given us a map anyway.
You say that, but the guild also didn't pay us for weeks.
So, the guild, well, you do find a map around and about. It does point out 2 cities in the Wildlands. The city of Greyford by Grim Lake. Over here. Actually, you can't see that ping. Yeah, over here, there's the city of Greyford. And also the city of Hangzhamar. Over here.
Where is the city of the Almighties or whatever?
It's on
In another plane.
You know, on another plane.
And where's the spot we're supposed to meet up with Kraw's master?
It's in the valley around here.
Yeah, it's the Donovan Valley.
Very good.
And where is...
So pretty much from the crossing to Hangzhamar, there's a road, and then that road keeps following further south to Wildhaven, and it kind of branches off to go to Greyford, and that's it for roads.
Okay. Then the only thing I'm gonna do is cast Continual Flame with my 25 GP of Ruby into one of the vials that I own, so I have an encased torch.
All right, you do that.
Does that ever wear off, or do you now just have a permanent torch?
I have a permanent torch, and if I need to turn it off, I can just shove it into my bag. Or the bag of holding.
Neat.
But I'm going to sprinkle while chanting in Druidic, and then once it starts burning, cork it, tie a leather strand around it, and then tie it around the curved tip of Sienna's staff. But it's like a quick release where if I tug on it hard enough, it'll just rip right off so I can hide it quickly. So there's now a small alchemical vial with a constantly burning 40-foot flame, 40-foot light-shedding flame hanging from Sienna's staff.
That's amazing. That's really useful, Sienna. That'll be great for when we're in the dark.
Yeah, I look like a cat, but I don't get cat eyes.
Yes, that would be quite helpful, dear. Perhaps when I rest, I can forego the use of my
In the dark. If you guys didn't know about me, I was gonna blame it being on the heterochromia. There was an eye defect. I had a whole story, but that's not material right now.
Player thing here. Light might be helpful if we need more than one light source, since I think over half the party doesn't have dark vision.
Well, I only have enough ruby to make one torch. Do you want to go buy 50 gold more ruby? I'm also have the second level slot for that.
We'll figure it out later, but right now having at least one will be good.
I have light.
Yeah. Okay. Just want to point that out. I'm just glad we got magic items.
I now have an item in my inventory just labeled Continual Flame Vial.
So,
well, that's
that would
fun.
be good.
I think the stream is muted until just now.
Hey, Doug, do they sell any hooded lanterns?
They do, yes. Everything that's on the player's handbook under equipment you can buy.
So I'll buy, if we're going to probably be wandering around especially a tower or something, or even just the woods, can I get one of those? So that would be 5 gold, and then some, like 2 or 3 flasks of oil.
Sure. Do you have the price for those?
Flask of oil is 1 silver, and the hooded lantern is 5 gold.
Sure. Easily enough, you acquire those things in the City of Redemption for a total of, let me double check, because you're gonna get the...
Say, let's do like 5 flasks of oil, because I can keep some in the bag of holding with Rend.
Also, keep in mind a hooded lantern lasts 8 hours.
I know that, but with 5 flasks of oil, if we're out for days, we'll still have time.
Yeah.
Yep, just put it in the bag.
So you get all that for 3 gold pieces.
Neat.
The 5 flasks and the hooded lantern.
I want to pick up some parchment too, so I can craft maps while we're going. It's a silver for a piece of parchment.
Sure.
So I figured I could pick up 10 of those for a gold piece.
Mm-hmm.
I can toss you another gold piece so you can buy 20 pieces of parchment.
Well, I mean, I can afford 20. It's just I don't even know how much paper I'm going to need to make maps. I'm just giving myself a wide margin.
Well, this is also why Neo would want to buy parchment for you, so you're not the only one buying parchment.
All right. I mean, if you want to buy 10 things of parchment and give them to me.
Absolutely, I will drop a gold piece on that.
Greyford is right next to Grim Lake.
Yes, it is, and that is where Jade said she was going, wasn't it?
Yep.
I love that Sienna now just has a lantern hanging from the top of her staff. It's amazing.
Yeah. She looks like a traveler now.
It's great. It's perfect. I'm glad I can finally freaking cast that spell.
So, party, what are you doing? I mean, after the whole shopping, is there any more intricacies of shoppings you want to get out of the way, or?
Nope.
How much
Get that long rest out of the way.
What time of day is it?
It's about 5-something, 5:30-ish.
If I wanted to walk out of the city to the edge of the Aldheim forest, how long would it take me?
To the edge of the forest, it would be some 2-3 hours. I mean, if you're traveling alone, yeah, it would be 2 hours.
I'll do it. I'll be back by like 9:30.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, for the night, once we get to that point, I'm gonna probably be writing a letter in my room or something at the guild hall.
all right. So everyone just goes to pursue their own devices in redemption in the guild hall. I imagine each one of you to your own bedrooms, writing spells, writing letters, sleeping, or preparing.
Yeah, I think the only thing Neo would try to do, given what Adonais had told him, would be to try and do some research on the plane of Zenith.
Mm-hmm. Make a Arcana check, Neo. All you know from your brief research in the library in the guild, you'll find a book that talks a little bit about the planes. Because I'm a pleb and I don't want to have 12 outer planes or however many, there's only 2. There's the positive planes and the negative planes, all conjure up in one. So far, at least. There's Zenith, the heavens, so to speak, where the deities are at, where things are good, and it's a plane of positive energy and good things, so to speak. It's by no means like perfect. It's still a plane like any other. It's a world, but it overflows with positive energy, and it's where the deities inhabit, the Almighties. There's also the lower planes, the Hells, or Nifldoom. It's a plane that overflows with negative energy. And there's small stories, you're not entirely sure. Some of these are reports of travels, but they're kind of dull and not very fun to read, so you prefer to go and read the actual romances that there are about travelers who went to those planes. And you get the sense that yes, some of those things might be a little bit more exaggerated, but it's a much more entertaining read about people who went to the lower planes and had a horrible, awful time over there, and people who went to the positive planes and had a good time until things stopped being good in a way that it doesn't really explicitly tells what happens, but it gets you the sense that the positive, the zenith can be very enticing, and once you experiment the goodness of that plane, going back to the material plane just doesn't feels. Life loses its meaning, so to speak. Well, there are some exaggerations in those stories, but that's more or less what you're able to glean from your research before going to bed and treating some of your wounds. Well, all of your wounds, actually, because you suffered a lot of them.
I think that after the fight, my party members had healed me up to full before leaving.
Sienna gave you a healer's kit, healer feet treatment, and some good berries.
While we still have daylight, since he said it was about 5 in the afternoon,
Yeah.
I want to see if there's anyone that I could offer healing to for money.
It's late in the day.
Do you have? Do you have? How many spell slots do you have?
Well, I have 3 first level left and 2 second level left. 5 total.
Okay. Do you have Prayer of Healing?
I do.
Okay. So go ahead and make just a weird wisdom check. All right. You do manage to help more of the people at the guild, treating the freed people that and some of the other guild members. Definitely helping the healers who do not rely on magical prowess, and they are super glad that you have saved their somewhat limited resources of green breeze shrub to heal people. And at the end of the day, Par, you do get, I will say, 5 gold pieces from helping people around and about.
I'm okay with that. Pretty much all I'll do before a long rest.
Okay. And then you're completely out of spells. And Sienna, you leave everything and everyone behind. It doesn't take long to cast that. Oh wow! Continual flame is so fast to cast.
Yeah, it only costs an action and it lasts for fucking ever.
Indeed. So yeah, you cast that, and you have your lamp on your quarterstaff, and then you decide to set out towards Aldheim Forest. Is that so?
Yep. Sienna's gonna walk basically to the edge of the forest, probably just outside of it, but next to the trees on the edge. And she's going to set down her staff and set down her shield and all of her stuff and sit down cross-legged and just speak calmly and politely in Druidic. I am a druid who cherishes nature and all that it has and all that it can teach. And if it would not be a bother to the spirit of this forest one day, I would like to learn what they have to teach, so long as they are willing to meet with me, and I mean them no harm.
You do not have a dark vision, do you?
I do not. I can only see the 40 feet of my torch.
Cool. Make a perception check.
Okay. 20.
All right. Sienna, you feel a weird sensation as you approach the forest. You feel a tingling in the very earth you're sitting upon. And as you look down, you see that all the grass blades, they kind of seem drawn to you. They sort of bend themselves from whatever direction they're facing to try and touch you. And as the wind kind of breezes by, it keeps slowly caressing you, so to speak. And you get the sense that this forest does not disagree with you. It seems okay with your presence. And as you look forward to the trees themselves, you notice the trunk of a close-by tree. It seems to shift and warp, and you will see, Sienna, the trunk of the tree seemingly starting to open, creaking ever so slightly as it opens up. And when it opens, you see an eye inside of it, with a pupil that seems to reflect the universe itself. Hundreds upon hundreds of stars just shine in that somewhat purplish pupil that just seems to watch you quietly. What do you do, Sienna?
I don't know. I wasn't expecting to get a reaction. I guess I will greet what seems to be the eye of this tree, or at least this forest, or at least this tree, in Druidic, and again state my intention not to cause the forest or the creatures or plants within it any harm, but only to learn what the spirits in it may have to teach, should they be willing, and that I may not have the time now, but one day I would like to come back and learn from them.
As you say that, the eye that is on the tree trunk starts to wobble a bit, and then he quickly dashes up, stopping to look at you and looking up at something else. As you direct your gaze to see what the tree, the eye is looking at, you see a bird flying out of the leaves in the trees, out into the open, and it flies, flapping its wings and flying circles around you as it starts to descend. And then as it descends and descends and descends and lands on top of your lamp, on your quarterstaff, and as it lands on top of your lamp, you see that the light from your continual flame seems to dim very much, almost enveloping the whole region in darkness, as it's giving almost no light, but just light enough for you to see the bird's mouth moving as it says, "We shall be waiting whensoever thee is ready." And then the bird just jumps off of your staff, and as it does, the light that had dimmed, it suddenly expands much further than those 40 feet of light. It almost feels like you're watching the sun itself, as there's this very bright flash of light that surrounds the entire region momentarily, and you have to avert and close your eyes. And when you look back, everything seems back to normal. The grass is not moving on its own anymore. The tree trunk seems like it never anything had happened to it, and you stop to imagine if you just imagined this whole thing or if it really happened.
I'm going to meditate for a little while, sitting on the edge of the forest. Not too long, because I don't want to be out all night. And then I'm going to stand up, grab my gear, and as I'm about to leave, I will say back into the forest one day, hopefully soon, in Druidic, and then I will head back to Redemption.
Alright. You say that to the forest. There doesn't seem to be any reaction this time around, but within yourself you know that even before you spoke the words, the forest somehow already knew. And then you turn and make your way back towards Redemption. Arriving at about 9 something in the evening. And once you do return, Sienna, is anyone else doing anything else before the long rest?
I was gonna do something, but it can wait until morning since everyone's doing their own thing.
Sure. What's that, Rand?
I was gonna wait until morning. I wanted to talk to everybody, but everyone was doing their own thing.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
Well, Neo's only doing reading.
I'm out until like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Exactly.
By which point, Rand, you're just too anxious to talk to people, so you decide to go to bed early, that so tomorrow comes faster, and then you'll be able to talk to people. And by the time you return, Sienna, Rand is fast asleep. And so is most of the party, after doing some endeavors that you were away to witness. But anyway.
So, we picked up 3rd level spell slots, but not 3rd level spells, correct?
Yeah. So now, as you perform this long rest, you get your 3rd level spells.
70 good berries.
Oh boy.
Fireball!
70 good berries.
It would be very bad if someone cast Fireball on those berries.
Please don't cast Fireball on my berries.
So, you cast Fireball on Sienna's berries.
No!
But not really. So, Sienna, you think, oh, okay, it's time to go to bed. You cast 70 good berries, put them into some pouch or somewhere, I imagine. You're not...
I have a bag.
Sure, you put the 70 berries into the bag and go to sleep, as does everyone else. So, everyone performs a long rest. You recover all of your spells and hit points according to the rules. I believe everyone's at maximum health now. There's no way why you wouldn't be.
We were all healed beforehand. It was mostly spell slots coming back.
Yeah. Except for Basil. I believe that you're missing some hit points, Basil.
Yep, I'm gonna put them back in now.
Alright. So if you're resting from the long rest, you only recover hit points equal to your Constitution modifier multiplied by your level.
Alright. But I get my temporary, though, with it, right?
No. Oh yeah, you do, yes. Because you still have temporary.
So, my level plus my Constitution modifier?
Your level times your Constitution.
Level times my Constitution modifier. So that's 10. Alright. So it'd be 32. And then a plus the 5 put me up to 37.
Yep. You wake up not fully recovered, but much better now.
Oh wait, do we have holy water for protection from good and evil?
No.
I imagine Park can just go to his place and get holy water.
So, all of you...
We're gonna do that for protection if we're going to heaven or whatever it's called again, Zenith.
I'll see if I can go and grab some real quick.
Okay, so you look around, and the Church of Gaffadur in town sells holy water. They do not offer discounts for the guild, however. So it will cost 25 gold pieces per flask.
Putting them in the bag.
Okay, so I'll buy one.
I'll buy one too.
Just because of protection. If that's the thing we're doing in Zenith, then we're gonna need holy water for that spell.
All right.
Yep.
25, you said?
Yeah, 25 gold pieces for the flask.
Yeah, that's most of my gold, but okay. Okay, I am all set. So we all wake up and gather and everything?
Yep, all of you wake up in the morning, gather up in the guild hall, and all of you are together, finally deciding what you're gonna be doing next, which is
Create my warhorse.
all right. Donar, you make your way outside, very excitedly casting your new spell, Find Steed, and you summon up a spirit from Zenith itself, from the plane of good. No, wait, your alignment isn't good, is it?
No.
Okay, so you get to choose if it's a celestial, fey, or fiend.
Celestial.
Okay.
Make it a fiend!
Oh.
Make an undead.
So a celestial comes by to you once you call to it, apparently sent by Gaffadur herself. And as soon as it shows up in front of you, it materializes, but as it does, it kind of shifts into a horse. A war horse, even. And as it shows up, it just looks at you. Donar, you asked. I came. What is your command?
Be the best horse you can possibly be and serve well this rightful vengeance that I have.
I will do the best within my power and knowledge and abilities to serve you and yours until the end of my existence within this realm.
The horse talks?
What did you name your horse?
Your name is Cheetak.
Cheetak is my name. I shall answer to that. Says the horse that you just summoned.
You didn't even ask the horse, like, you know, what its opinion is.
That's rude.
Horse lives matter.
Regardless, I don't know who can talk to it, if it's only you or if it's everyone.
It has an intelligence of 6, so...
It can speak, yes.
I mean, I can ritual cast speak with animals, if that
So
counts.
can I.
Does that count? Is this an animal?
No, it's a celestial. But it can talk, and everyone around can hear this horse talking to the Nar, apparently.
Yes, it's in common the language that I choose, so I'm people should understand the horse.
A horse is talking.
Yes.
It is a magical horse, friend dear.
Okay, Tom, I come claim about something. I'm not a freaking idiot. I know exactly what all of you are talking about. And stop with the goddamn sex jokes, Par.
I feel like there needs to be more of an explanation to what you just said.
I'm confused. I didn't hear Par saying anything.
No, he's always bringing up sex puns.
Not all the time.
And here I was thinking that you didn't get them.
Oh no, I got every one of them. It's just fun to mess with you.
Anyway,
Are we about ready to leave and head west?
I'm sorry, we're just gonna gloss over the fact that Ren just admitted to being smarter than we all thought he has been for the past 3 months.
I'm a little
Shocking.
confused about that.
Take it into account from further instances.
Promoters like idiots. It's easier to get paid when people think you're dumb.
And you just kept that going while you were working here with us?
Yeah, until I realized some of you were acting stupider than I was.
I'll have to keep that in mind.
Well, I guess we all wear our own masks.
I'm just going to jab him in the leg real quick.
Okay. Do you suffer this jab, Rand?
I'll take the hit.
Sure.
I'm
I don't
not
know
really
what's coming.
like trying to injure him. I'm just kind of smacking him in the leg.
What's that for, little guy?
One, really? You act like that around me. Secondly, next time, don't play an idiot when you don't need to. You got a good head on your shoulders.
It's just easier.
We have been friends for 3 months, and
Exactly.
the rest of these people for a month, about.
It's like, exactly. Don't
I
like
think you can understand this, Nox. When you get into a mask, sometimes it's done a little too well.
Yeah, but ours was a matter of survival.
Yeah, you get caught up in it long enough, it sticks for a little too long.
Nevertheless, it's annoying when you do it. So, if you don't need the mask, I would say it's probably better to take it off. Some need it more than you do.
At least around us, dear. No need to put on a mask around us.
Gotcha.
So how much time before we're heading out here?
That depends. We want to leave now.
I mean, I'm all prepared. I have all of my gear and all of my spells all set.
As am I.
I'm okay right now. I don't have a magic weapon, but I'm okay with that.
So this means that you actually understood when Nox was talking, right?
Little hard to follow, but yes.
Well, multiple personalities isn't exactly an easy thing.
And you need not worry about not having a magic weapon, dear. If we are about to get into combat, just allow me to touch your weapon. I should be able to temporarily imbue it.
Okay.
So, the 7 of you then decides to make your way out of Redemption and westward towards the crossing where you will be making your first stop. Thinking amongst yourselves that within such a short time of knowing one another, you've come to find out so many secrets about each other. Secrets some of you wanted to forget, some of you wanted to keep hidden, and some of you didn't even know that it was a secret about your past and origin and person. But nevertheless, those secrets defined you. And within enough time, with these new friends that you have made, you wonder if you need the secrets now that you have people who are willing to travel with you and accept you for who you are, despite your secrets. And all of you feel a sense of kinship to one another, and a sense of camaraderie that only experience, hardship, and shared stories can give. Except, of course, when you all look at Dinar, who's riding on his horse, whereas everyone else is walking. You get the sense that some of you have some abilities and other such things, and you get to appreciate the differences between all of you on what you can do and what others can do that you wish you could do.
And fun little fact, I think Rend is keeping up with Basil.
Is what?
Rend is keeping up with Basil.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, barbarians get a faster movement speed.
And with that, the 7 of you, start to make your way towards the crossing. It's pretty chill travel, so to speak. Nothing big or exciting or anything happens, and it's pretty much a normal day of travel, except when you cross, not the crossing itself, but when you get around to the encampment that you helped Anthony raid the day prior, where you fought slavers, a fiend, and some of you were once again shackled by the chains that this demon could summon. And you think to yourself that if you were alone, you would not be able to face those dangers, but together you are able to overcome it. And thus you continue on until several hours later you arrive at a very small city by the bridge that crosses into the wildlands. There's not a whole lot here. There's a few shops here and there selling the same things that they sell over at Redemption, but without the guild discount. Watchtowers along both sides of the bridge that watches travelers coming and going, along with a tavern, the Dragon's Pride Fjord Tavern, where people who are going out into the wilds make their rest. Sometimes final, but sometimes not. And as you arrive at the city of the crossing, you see that the sun is already setting and nighttime has approached.
We should get some rooms at the inn.
Agreed.
So all of you go up into the Dragon's Pride Fjord Tavern, the Dragon's Pride Crossing Inn actually, and talk to the owner, a Dragonborn who is more than happy to offer rooms for the 7 of you, except that he looks at all of you and thinks for a moment and says, well, I don't have 7 rooms, so you better be okay with sharing.
I believe several of us are more than happy to share rooms.
It's fine.
There wouldn't happen to be a fight pit around here. I could possibly get rooms to pay for, Doug, right?
Come again?
There wouldn't happen to be a fight pit I could go to get our rooms paid for with my gladiator background.
Make a performance check, Rand.
$23.
There's not per se fighting pits, but there's a lot of travelers who like to think of themselves as very strong men and women who are able to endure the wilderness that they are going into or coming from, and not a single one of them would refuse a arm wrestling match. And you do decide to put on a show. For as long as you are here, being the local champion for all of those people coming in and out. And soon enough, you're completely enthralled. Well, I mean, you enthrall a lot of passerbys who want to challenge you. After some rumors start flowing back and forth of these dog folk barbarian who can win against anyone in arm wrestling. And while you win most matches, losing only a few, mostly due to distraction or tiredness, you manage to put on quite the show and get a whole lot of more people just staying around, not necessarily for the rooms themselves, but sticking around and ordering drinks just to watch the matches. And the increased clientele makes the owner, the Dragonborn, more than happy enough to allow you to stay for free here. However, he does offer a room for all 7 of you.
Did you say 1 room for all 7 of us?
Yes.
It's like a hostel.
Well, that's quite a tight squeak.
I mean, I can sleep outside. I'm no stranger to wandering in the wilderness.
I mean, Neo wouldn't mind bunking with everyone. There are just certain nighttime activities that would have to be foregone.
When he takes you to the rooms, show you the rooms, you see that most rooms' doors are very close to one another. You get the sense that these rooms are pretty small and only for people to sleep by in. But then he shows you to another room that seems much more spacious than all the others. It seems like this is the room for people who are looking to stay some while in the crossing. It's much more spacious. It is almost the size of 3 rooms, and it comes with a lot of other things. There's a fireplace to the corner, that's been unlit, and it seems like it's been unlit for quite a while. There's a very big, spacious couch, a bed further by the corner, several small tables with things in them, and the owner, the Dragonborn, just says, well, every once in a while people come here looking to do trade agreements and such, and they stay here. But there's no nobles traveling right now, so I imagine you can have this room. It's way beyond everyone's income anyway.
Thank you, good sir.
Oh, thank you. To be fair, you're doing me a favor. allowing someone to be in this room frees up the other rooms, and I wasn't gonna rent this one anyway. Nobody would want it, so at least I'm not wasting space with nothing. Do be mindful though, there might be rats or cockroaches around that, well, try not to pay them too much mind. If you kill them, better, but I hope it doesn't disgust you and yours.
I'll ask them to leave us alone during the night.
So long as these rats and insects are not inhabiting any food we may ingest while we are here, I am quite fine.
Sienna will insist everybody have a good berry.
But there's a hot meal.
Have a good berry anyway.
Take a good berry.
Basil will take 2 and thank Sienna for them.
You should make a pie with these.
I need 70 of them, and tomorrow, because I haven't used any spell slots, I'll be able to make 90.
By the way, since I popped those 2 good berries, now I'm back up to full health.
That you are, yes. You're back up to...
But our food and lodgings are paid for.
So order food. I'm just saying there's good berries.
We don't have to eat, but definitely I won't pass up a good meal as well. But, you know.
I'm just going to eat good berry. I like good berry.
So eventually the Dragonborn comes up with a... Well, he doesn't actually comes up, but whenever you go down, there's a big, huge a pot that's stewing some soup, and he just kind of pulls in a ladle to serve all of you with a big, hearty plate of soup. And...
What kind of
Soup.
soup?
Is there meat in the soup?
It seems to be mostly fish.
I'm not going to eat any soup.
Alright.
She's a vegetarian.
She eats grass.
I eat good berries.
Oh, fair enough. The good berries will keep you.
Yeah, and yeah, Sienna's a vegetarian.
So he does brings in the soup. That seems to be fish and some local herbs from the plains, and it's pretty enjoyable, pretty nice. And some of you even sprinkle your soups with some good berries to eat alongside.
It's like lemon.
So yeah, you kind of squish it on top of the food, mix it up a little bit, stirring, and then it tastes much more filling. Way too filling.
It's got a good berry garnish.
Yeah, precisely. And
Sienna, you should make a pie with these.
Well, I can make 90, but I feel like that's not enough for a whole pie. But I also don't know how to cook.
And by the end of the night, you're all quite happy to learn that all of these things that you have gotten, the room, the one room for all 7 of you, and the free soup and such, is a courtesy from having Rend around. And you didn't need to pay for anything. Well, anything other than what they are already offering, that it's kind of simple and bare bones-ish. If you want anything extra on top of that, then you get your pay. But for a quick stop on your travel, this is quite good. So is anyone doing anything for the night, or you're just keeping on with travel?
Travel.
Alright.
You filling my good berries.
Okay.
The good berries.
She has 90.
Yes, I have 9 spell slots. That means I have 90 good berries.
So your previous good berries that you had made, it just kind of spire.
They turn into regular old berries, which are nice, but not magical.
Yeah. You just sort of have...
She has them for breakfast.
You have about some 60 regular berries. 60 something regular berries.
I mean, like I'll feed birds or something with them. They're useful.
I mean, we could also have them in the oatmeal for breakfast.
Yeah, that too. Enhance the breakfast with some regular berries.
Sure. And then you cast Goodberry, make 90 more, and go to bed. Everyone go to bed. Or to sleep at least. Not necessarily in a bed. But anyway, next day comes by, the Dragonborn owner, he greets you in the morning, gives you yet another big bowl of soup. Simple soup this time around. It seems to be mostly just vegetables, carrots, potatoes, and garlic. It's simple-ish, but filling. And then
Sienna will eat that.
Yeah, Sienna will eat that, but not the fish stew.
Oh yeah, this is different. And then you're more than welcome to keep on travel for the next day.
So, we're going to the valley, and then on the way back to Redemption after all of this, we're going into Zenith?
I mean, can we stop at Grim Lake?
Well, but by all of this, I meant the valley, the lake, and Lucas. Because they're all in the same direction.
Yes, I would prefer to go that way if it will help myself and Kra at the same time.
Alright. Then I guess we'll cross into Zenith when we're done.
Plan.
Alright.
Oh, that's a hit point maximum. Nice.
Yep.
So Neo, Craw, and myself get 5 additional hit points
For 8 hours.
for 8 hours.
Okay, so every morning you go and cast Aid on the 3 of you.
Yep. And
carry on. So you start to travel westward, following the road. There's not a whole lot of anything really that pops up or surprises you in any way. The person with the slowest moving speed, I believe, would be Neo and Par. What are your guys' movement speed?
My movement speed is regular movement speed, so that would be 30 feet per round.
Alright.
I think everyone but Basil, Rend, and Dinar are 30.
Okay.
Sick.
Yeah, so you're traveling at that speed for the day, at the speed of the slowest party member. So, throughout the day of travel, you see, as soon as you walk out of the tavern, the day is overcast, and as you keep traveling west towards some stormy clouds, it starts to rain and heavy precipitation falls over your guys' heads. It's not too bad, but it's definitely uncomfortable to some degree.
Can I cast Druidcraft to see if the rain will keep up into tomorrow? Because it tells me what the weather will be for the next 24 hours.
Sure. So, as you look into tomorrow with Druidcraft, you notice that it'll still be cold, but it won't be raining.
Well, that's nice.
Because the temperature did drop some. Mostly due to the rain. So at what pace are you guys traveling? Are you going fast, are you going medium, or are you going slow?
I vote regular. I vote regular old medium pace if nobody has an objection.
Yeah, as much as Neo wants to make haste, he's going to be moving at his regular speed because he has no idea where anything is, so moving haste into the unknown is probably useless.
Yeah, take it from someone who's wandered like across the entire country of Mythos. speedily going to a place you don't know takes longer than you think.
I'm all for medium.
Alright. So the party takes the medium pace, traveling 40 kilometers this day. Following the road, I imagine.
I would suggest yes. I would suggest that we go from the crossing to here and then going off to the valley like that. That would probably be the most direct route. That way we don't have to go over the hills over here.
Alright.
Neo will do his best to stay dry, but doing his best means he's essentially just using his robe to cover himself from the rain. He'll probably have mostly removed that and covering his head like a covering that way, but he is wearing shorts underneath.
Bar is enjoying the rain and having all of his clothes wet.
Ren probably has a jacket on at this point if it's raining.
By the way,
Holding over my head.
as you guys are traveling, I need one of you to tell me who is leading the party in the perception matter, who is looking ahead and scouting and such.
Player assumption would think Dinar on the horse.
Drive the horse. I figure I've got pretty good animal handling, although I'm not skilled in it. I can drive my horse.
I mean, I have +7 perception and a +10 survival.
I have +6 perception, and I'm apparently riding the horse too.
Yes.
I would be following Sienna.
Alright, so who is going to make a perception check for the day?
I can make it.
Okay, so while everyone is riding, Cry, you start to try and perceive things. However, because it's raining, you have disadvantage on that check.
Then before he rolls the next one, I'd like to pray to Gaffeder to guide him.
You can't do that on this sort of check because it's not something you're doing once. You're doing this throughout the whole day, so
Got it.
you can't keep casting guidance the whole day. But that's
I like my card.
okay. So that's a 22, right?
Yep.
So Kra, as everyone is very, very, very well. Mostly everyone is very miserable from the rain, getting completely wet as you travel westward, and all the way until the sun starts to set behind you guys, and you stop. Well, in front of you guys actually. No wait. I get confused with directions. I don't know where the sun sets are anymore. Anyway, the sun is setting somewhere. And
East to west.
Gotcha. The sun is setting. And yeah, it's setting in front of you guys. And as you're about to think of a place to stop and such, you notice that Kra, looking northwards, you see the hills and you see shapes moving up in the hills. And you try to squint for a little moment and try to perceive what those shapes might be. Make a nature check. Alright. You looking at them and how big they are in the distance compared to other relevant landmarks, you get the sense that those are giant.
I will inform the party about that.
There's what ahead?
Giants.
Do any of us know anything about giants?
I know giant language.
Make a nature check, Sienna.
Okay. Oh well.
You do know that giants, they are humanoids, close to wild creatures, and the reason why they don't live in big, sprawling societies might be an inclination as to their disposition towards others. That's about as much as you know, unfortunately.
I've only heard stories of giants, never met one though.
Well, Par, if we do meet one, we know you're going to get very handsy with them.
Leaping to an assumption, dear.
Observation based on what I know about Par.
I'm beginning to think you don't know me at all.
I know you're trying to get in my pants most of the time.
A game to be played, a game to be played.
I have a girlfriend, you know.
And what's his name?
Her name is Jade.
That's a nice name.
It is.
And as the group starts to slow down a little bit, you ponder and wonder if you're going to be camping for the night here, somewhat close to the giants. If you're gonna keep traveling forward, what are you guys doing?
Does there look like anywhere we can go to get away from the rain?
Or a place we can camp at least, that we can set up places to get ourselves dry.
Maybe some sort of cavern. We are near the mountain. It would seems.
The hills are to the north where the giants are. And you're a little bit far away from them to know for sure. You can go and explore if you would like.
Not really.
Alright.
I mean,
Where you are, you do see a few sparse trees here and there, but it's mostly open fields where you guys are.
either we camp out in the rain with no tent, which I don't think any of us have, which seems like an oversight now. Or we go and explore and look for cover in the mountains.
Perhaps the giants we have seen are friendly?
Only one way to tell. Let's go up to one. I mean, Kron says he speaks giant.
Yes, I was about to ask if anyone speaks giant. Perhaps Kra can lead this endeavor then.
Oh no, shit! I need bigger clothes for that. I was gonna suggest that I could look like these types of people called a Goliath that are kind of half giant people, but I don't have clothes that would fit.
I'm certainly not that big.
Neither am I. And I fought one of those bastards.
Indeed.
Actually, it was a she, but I'm not getting too much of that story. And as he says, he's just gonna give a wink to Par.
As much as I'm enjoying the feel of rain, I do think it wouldn't be wise to sleep under it.
So let's go with Kra and talk with the giants. See if they know a place where we can stay that's dry.
Okay, we can try that.
I mean, is there literally anything else around?
Around you guys, there are trees, mostly sparse, that are around. You can always try and fashion something on your own if you would. I mean, depending on what you possess, to try and make some sort of cover, or you can just endure the night of rain.
We can certainly try to make a lean-to or something by setting up some branches and such.
Player wishes sorcerers had access to Liamon's tiny hut.
Me too. I have it, but it's not prepared.
Is it a ritual
Liam,
spell?
it's a ritual spell.
Ritual cast it without it being prepared.
If it's in your book, you can ritual cast it.
It's true.
We can give you cover to read out the spell without your book getting wet.
Can we cast the duck?
Yeah, wizard. If it's
Yeah.
wizards can cast ritual spells without the need for them being prepared, because you always have the spell in your book, so you're just casting it from the book as a ritual.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, if you know the spell, you can cast it without needing to have it prepared.
Yay, tiny hut.
So let's just go off to the side of the road, kind of in the tree area, and sleep in the tiny hut.
Like a good idea.
Because
Your hole.
giants aren't always friendly, from what I understand.
How's your horse gonna be, Dinar?
Sure, he will be fine. I will build him a little lean-to to keep the water off of him.
I mean, we can probably fit him under a tree easily.
I mean, I can help with that, having been wandering in the wild for a number of years. I'm sure Sienna's built a number of her own shelters.
Well, would you like to help me?
Help you.
What would I need to roll, Doug, to build a shelter for the horse?
So make a survival check as you try to fashion something.
Sienna is helping with this.
Okay,
I'm proficient in survival, too.
so
This is a single action, so I can use my guidance for this.
you can. So here's how this would work. I would say, Dinar, you can make a survival check using either wisdom or intelligence, whichever one you prefer. Same to you, Sienna, but you're making individual checks.
Okay.
Not bad.
I crit. I have a 30.
So a 22 and a 30.
Well,
This is the most opulent lean-to ever.
Cheap back will
You
Be
made a
proud.
stable.
Family Robinson.
you do manage to go and craft a amazing looking lean-to tent using the trees around you, using spare pieces of clothing you happen to have around, anything you're not using, and eventually some of you even think, oh, why don't we use the boat? And you use the boat also as some sort of extra cover, and you use pretty much everything that you have in your arsenal to build a very, well, kind of, it looks very ramshackled, very kind of MacGyver-y, but boy does it works. It is enough to protect not only Shitak, but also the tiny hut where you guys are gonna be staying in. You managed to make a very wide area of protection from the rain. And it doesn't even take you that long. You mostly just fashion it out of things you have on your own. You don't even need to go out and scrounging for things. So by the time you have your camp set up and the sun has gone down, it's still like 8 in the evening. So you have plenty of time So, you have a tent. But do you have food?
90 good berries.
Berries.
And I have rations.
That is true, you will never go hungry with them berries.
I
Team
will
Goodberry.
never go hungry with good berries.
That
Takes
is-
10 of them.
Welcome to Goodberry, home of the Goodberry. Can I take your order?
Hey, everybody can take 10 berries to eat.
Still have 20 left over.
We'll give them to the horse.
Sure.
Celestial. Does the Celestial need to eat?
I don't know. I will say that he does. Because why not?
Okay. We'll give it 10 good berries as well.
So all of you,
Everyone gets 10 good berries.
all of yourselves gorge into the good berries for the night, just watching from your covers the rain that keeps coming down, and then you see that not only it's raining very heavily, but soon enough it starts to thunder all over the place.
It's really coming down, isn't it, Sienna?
Well, according to Druidcraft, it's not supposed to keep up to tomorrow, but I'll double check that.
Yeah, it's not gonna rain tomorrow.
I'll double check it so that a small illusory effect will tell me what the weather's going to be for the next 24 hours, and apparently it's not going to be raining.
And I will do a quick look around with my dark vision and divine sense. Are there any critters that shouldn't ought to be here?
No, there are no. Well, there are no fiends or undead that close to you, but there is one celestial nearby.
Right, I know that one.
Yeah. Aside from that, there's nothing else that comes to attention. And as soon as you all see the thunderstorms coming in, Cry, you keep paying attention to the hills where you saw the giants, and you notice that they seem to skitter away. Apparently, they're seeking their own sort of shelter from the rain, and eventually they just vanish over the hills. You don't see where they go, but you see that they are not too keen on staying on the rain.
Hey, Par, aren't these fields wonderful? These wide open fields.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. We have a canopy of trees.
If you are attempting a joke, Rend dear, I fail to see the humor in it.
No joke. I just think the fields are pretty.
Preferably, I would assume cover in security. We have a canopy and we have some trees on occasion, so I'm not sure what you're trying to get at here.
I tend to agree. I enjoy the cover, however, I am wary of lightning.
Well, it shouldn't get through the dome, right?
Yeah, environmental effects don't come through the dome if Cry doesn't choose to.
I don't know about arcane spells, so
I just
Yeah,
know it's from reading this spell right there.
yes, spells cannot enter or exit the hut, neither can nature effects. However, should one step out of the hut, they need to take the utmost care.
Regardless, the hut is a little bit too small for all 7 of you. You do manage to fit, but it's a little bit cramped. But it's warm, not much warmer than the outside. It's comfortable.
Well, I'm sure Neo and Par won't mind sharing the exact same space, same as Donar and Kra, probably.
Keep the noise down.
No, there will not be any activities with so many other people here.
And thus, the night comes to an end, I imagine, as everyone finds their own place and take watches to see if any danger is coming. But you get the sense that as the rain continues through the night, nobody is going to, nothing, no harm is going to come to you. However, if there is any sort of nighttime talk any one of you would like to have during the watches, feel free to.
Offer myself up for first watch and go through that.
I'll go with him on first watch.
All right. The two of you make me a perception check. With disadvantage, by the way.
And thus why you know I wasn't the person watching.
Don't think either of you were the person watching. Oh wait, you had advantage as you again.
I apparently roll better.
So, Donar, it's quite chilly, quite cold, and despite being a white dragonborn, it bothers you, not necessarily the outer cold, but the inner cold. The fact that you're not within the hut, within Kra, who you've been looking after for so long, and being here out in the open isn't the most comfortable thing ever, and it distracts you very much. Randy, you, however, is looking around, paying attention to the rain coming down, to the hills where previously there were giants and you can't see anything anymore. It's pretty dark, by the way, except for whenever a thunder hits and everything just flashes brightly and you can see things. And you keep thinking, looking longingly to the west, to whatever it is that is waiting for you out there, and why it's calling you out there. Not entirely sure. But do the two of you have anything to say or talk?
I don't have anything to say unless Rend has something.
So you and Kra are a thing.
Yes.
Just curious, was getting a vibe from that.
Okay.
Do we have a problem?
Have a problem?
Like, I get the feeling you have a problem with me. I don't know why.
No, I don't have a problem. I thought you were perhaps a bit brash earlier whenever we were fighting, but that was it.
I like a good fight.
Yes, I know that. But sometimes you have to look at the situation and maybe regroup a bit.
Talk about me drawing the longsword or with Basil.
Oh, with Basil, that was the one that I'm talking about, where you basically almost beat him senseless.
In order to sell a fight, there needs to be a little blood. Sad thing that happens.
There was a lot of blood.
On both our ends.
Yes.
It was easier to do a real fight than fake it.
But that wasn't our original plan.
we kind of took the decision upon ourselves to go with a real fight. I fought there before. I know what people look for.
Well, I wish you were able to have told us that up front. I was worried that maybe you two had some beef with each other and you were deciding to take it out on each other at this point.
Oh, we always go back and forth about who's the better fighter.
True, but I meant something more hands-on deadly.
Oh, no. Nothing like that.
Very good.
No harm was intended. We just needed to sell the fight.
Yes, yes.
Although I did get a little overzealous when a bear showed up and told me to continue.
I told you to continue.
Not with words, but more body language.
How strange. Has this happened to you before?
That was the first time I saw it outside a dream.
Maybe your powers are evolving in some way.
Well, I know I take a lot less damage now.
That's certainly something that I've noticed.
Like, I could hold my hand over a fire when I'm angry, and I could take more heat than I thought.
You certainly proved that when we were fighting the Fiend.
Yep. And you have a lot of anger.
Me? I have things that I'm looking for, and they should hope I never find them.
Yeah, you seem to channel it a lot at anything bad, though.
Well, I believe in justice. I believe in helping those who are downtrodden.
That's all well and good, but sometimes you don't necessarily have to be a, lack of better words, dick about it sometimes.
Oh, well.
You come off very angry.
I get angry often, it would seem.
But not with your little puppy there.
So, as the two of you conclude your conversation, I imagine
Yep.
throughout the rest of the night, watching with shifts coming and going, people turns for other people to get bothered by the rain. Nothing seems to happen throughout the whole night, and thusly, a new day rises, where all of you look up, see that the sky is still somewhat overcast. Every once in a while, the sun does pokes through the clouds. The temperature is still kind of low, but at least it's not rainy anymore. So what is the plan for today, you guys?
continue to travel.
Yeah, I guess we're continuing on towards the valley.
Yep.
I want to druidcraft again to know what the weather's going to be like as we continue traveling in the wilderness.
Mm-hmm.
Par is going to be holding on to Neo really close.
Oh yeah, this whole travel par, you've been sort of keeping yourself at the very center of whatever formation you guys are going on, making sure that you're surrounded by all sides by everyone.
Is everything all right, Pardeer?
I am a labyrinthian. Neo, you are aware of that. I find comfort with walls and cities and things that are around. This place is far too open and there's far too many things that could go wrong. It just unnerves me.
Oh, that's quite understandable, dear. Rest assured, myself and the rest of our group here will not allow anything to happen to you while we are traversing these open spaces.
There's a great deal of things that could come at me from above that just terrify me.
It's quite all right, Pardeer. Neo will return the tight squeeze that is happening at the moment.
You mean like a rock?
Pasperon forbid it be a rock.
I've never seen one myself.
While it would be interesting to look at, I would prefer to not encounter a hostile rock.
What about a rock?
I mean, I'm told its wings can blot out the entire sky.
I just got back. You're talking about rock. Are you talking about an actual rock or a creature?
Talking about the giant fuck off bird.
Yes, the bird with a wingspan that is enormous.
Oh yeah, that is a big bird.
Find comfort in walls. In Labyrinth, there's only 4 directions you need to watch, and it's rather simple. Out here, far too many things could go wrong, and I feel uneasy. I'm trusting you, Neo.
Yes, I will do my best to protect you. You have been a dear friend to me during all of this.
Sienna, as you cast Druidcraft to try and decide the weather on the location, you get the sense that for the next 24 hours, it's gonna keep on being somewhat cloudy at your current location. Which I'm going to say, because Druidcraft is a cantrip, is like a very finite nearby location.
Yeah, but I can assume because weather doesn't change much, especially in open terrain like this. It's not like we're going through a multitude of valleys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get the sense that it's only going to be because of the clouds. You get the sense that it might rain again, depending on where you go.
But right here, not really.
Not right here. No. You do see more. You see clouds in the horizon, almost all around you, and you're not entirely sure. Well, it's winding in many directions. You do guess that before your travel is out, you will be encountering more rain.
Okay.
Want to ride on my shoulders, Basil?
Sure, why not?
So for the next day of travel, because it's not raining anymore, you travel for another 40 kilometers until you approach the corner in the road, so to speak. But I need one of you to go ahead and make me a perception check. Whoever is scouting.
Good. 20.
All right. Looking around Siena, you do notice that the hills that you're leaving behind, once you get a little bit of distance and a better perspective at them, you notice that there's you notice very far in the distance a small stronghold-like structure, very rustic, made mostly of just pikes buried in the ground, and you get the sense that maybe these giants are not super friendly, and maybe they hunt and raid travelers. And you feel somewhat lucky that it was raining so much yesterday, and thus they were not around and about to attack any travelers, such as yourselves. As you approach the end of the road, you notice that the road starts to turn to the side and start to go into the direction of Hanjamar. However, over there you notice that it's actually a crossing. Northwards there's a small stretch of road that seems very dilapidated and somewhat abandoned. Very broken apart, it would seem. And you don't see this road going north in the map that you got back in town, so you get the sense that this is an abandoned road. However, it does seem to lead into the valleys where you guys are seeking to go, anyways.
Perhaps we should follow.
I mean, probably be a good idea to follow it.
Okay with it.
If this is the direction we need to go, then yes.
All right.
Sooner we get out of this field, the better.
So you start traveling down this dilapidated road. You manage to make about some 2-3 more kilometers before the sun starts to set.
Doug, as we start to travel off of the road, I would like to use my cartographer's tools to, while traveling, craft a map, which according to Xanathar's guide, you just do.
Yeah, you do that passively. So from now onwards, you're charting this land.
Yep, with my cartographer's supplies and my parchments.
Yep. So yeah, you start to chart the lands as you're going by, and you stop as soon as the sun goes down after several hours of travel, and it's nighttime. Are you guys doing anything?
We should do watches again and do what we did before. Get a small structure for the horse so that it will be safe and create the tiny hut.
Got it. Hut, enclosure, go.
Alright. So you follow the same routine now. You find a spot close to a tree. You set up the camp with the sort of tarp to make a lean-to. You cast the Leomon's tiny hut, gorge yourselves on even more good berries that went
And make another 90.
that went unspent for the night. And do you make another 90 good berries again?
Yes.
All
I haven't
right.
used any spots yet today, so I'll just spend them all at night.
Sure. Fair enough.
I have no reason not to.
Mm-hmm. So
Unless we get tired in the middle of the night and I have no spell slots.
yeah, unless that happens. So you do that, and everyone prepares to sleep. I'll sum up the entire night of guarding a single watch. So who's the duo that's gonna be guarding everyone?
I'm good at perception, but I can see well in the dark.
I'm neither good at perception nor can I see in the dark, but Neo will still offer any watches that anyone might need.
Well, he can't see in the dark, but Basil would offer as well if people need rest.
Okay, so
I would Basil.
So for the one watch that we're gonna be doing, who's gonna go?
I'm going to let Basil roll.
All right. So are the two of you, Basil and Donard, taking this watch together?
Yes.
All right.
Do you want me to roll?
Yeah, the two of you make individual perception checks for the night.
Though my passive is 15. It's terrible that I rolled 11, though. Ugh.
You can get a card.
No, I'll hold off. If we mess up, we'll just get in a fight. It's alright.
All right. So the two of you stand watch, just pondering where exactly you are, what's waiting for you, what's going on. It's pretty dark out there, and you see very far off into the distance some thunder happening. So, Donar and Basil, the two of you see this shimmer up in the air. Do you do anything about it?
If it passed so fast I couldn't look at it with divine sense, then no.
I mean, yeah, I just saw that, but there's nothing else I can perceive.
Alright. Then the two of you just stop yourselves trying to be quiet and pay attention to your surroundings to try and decipher what the hell that shimmer was. But no matter how much you try, you can't very well decipher what it was.
It was such an odd shimmer, Basil. It seemed to affect everything. I mean, it's as though all communications and data streams stopped.
What was that? Have you ever seen anything like that?
Not. I do not know what that could be. I did not see anything that looked fiendish or fey or celestial. And I don't sense anything around but my horse. So I'm not sure what to say.
And indeed, the two of you just keep quiet for a moment longer, trying to see if any other noises or visuals happen, but for the remainder of the night, nothing seems to happen. And eventually the two of you rotate shifts with other people, and eventually morning comes.
Gee, I don't know what to do. I think
You said that in
Sense.
There we go. Now my I can hear again.
So now you sound like you're on the water.
Yay! We have the DM back with us again.
God damn you, Discord. So, as soon as you started to say something, Basil, I completely lost whatever it is that you said. Did you guys say anything important?
You know, that, we saw that timber. Need to keep better watch because I have no idea what it was.
And I told him I didn't sense anything that was fey, fiendish, or celestial around other than the horse, and perhaps that we should definitely stay on watch better.
Alright. Then morning comes. And as soon as morning comes, you notice that the direction you were going northwest is there's rain clouds rolling over, but seems to be where you guys are going.
Ready for more rain.
However, not only that, but it's extremely hot today. The temperature seemed to rocket up, and it's in fact so hot that I hope you guys have water skins with yourselves.
I do. A 5-pound water skin.
Yep.
Yeah, I do have a thing, yes.
Standard starting equipment, water skin.
Yep.
All right, looking at your water skins and judging, you get the sense that it's gonna be incredibly hot today, and you better keep yourselves hydrated. But probably not a good day to overexert yourselves, if anything. So, do you keep traveling northwards, following the road? Okay.
Sienna will continue mapping the area as we explore it.
So I need one of you guys to make a perception as you try and decide what's ahead of you.
I'll do it this time.
Okay, go ahead, Par. You're making it with disadvantage because it's raining. So roll again. Oh, look at that.
That was almost a fucking 1.
It was.
Rain got in his eyes and it burned.
So you start traveling northwards under the scorching heat, very uncomfortable and the rain. It's very odd. How can it rain so much and yet be so hot? And as soon as you're walking northwards, you start to notice several things along the road. You notice some destroyed stagecoaches along this road.
How recently does it look destroyed, if anything?
Do you approach it to investigate?
Yeah.
Okay, make an investigation check. Par. It looks fairly recent.
That seems odd. This road was abandoned, I thought.
It doesn't seem to be abandoned anymore. This is not too old. There may be something still out there.
Could be the giants. We've seen them in this area, and it's certainly maybe their style to attack the stagecoaches and prey upon them.
I mean, according to the map, we've moved pretty far from where we saw them.
Can I look through the coach? Is there anything there worth looting?
Is there anything there that gives information to who owned it?
As you look over everything, check something real quick. You, looking over, notice a symbol imprinted on some leftover things on the stagecoach itself. The symbol is similar to one you have seen in passing as you were studying things these previous days. You, Donar, recognize it as the symbol of the Cranium Thanatos.
What?
The cult of Thanatos.
Oh. That is not good. This is the symbol of the people who destroyed the village. This is probably the people who have taken your friend, the Tabaxi. The people who are looking to enter Dosadaya.
Well, we are going in the right direction.
I hope your friend was not aboard this stagecoach.
We are about 1 day's travel from the valley where Crossmaster is. So hopefully Crossmaster is also safe from these people.
Yes.
I think he can handle them. He is a great magician.
Well, if the people who owned this carriage were unjust, I feel anything left behind may be better suited for us.
So you're looting whatever remains there are.
Yeah, if there's nothing there and they're bad people, I'm gonna take whatever they got.
Fair enough. So you do just that. You approach the stagecoach and you start to investigate it to see what you find. And not only that, but this is actually... There's this stagecoach a little bit further ahead, there's another. And you start to investigate the both of them to see what you find. So I would like... Well,
I want to give Par guidance.
I like that noise Doug makes when he does that.
Yeah, with so many of these stagecoaches around, Neo is gonna be a bit worried, and he's gonna not loot bodies, but he's gonna look for signs of Lucas. Hopefully he's not here.
I will.
so...
I'm giving guidance to Par if he's going to be searching around.
Okay, so Neo, make an investigation check. Par, I would like you to make another investigation check with advantage because Rand is helping. And you get to add, what is it, a d4 for guidance?
A D4 for guidance.
I'm going to use one of my UA sorcerer abilities to give myself advantage on the investigation check.
Sure.
What looks like it happened to these? I mean, does it look like they were attacked? Does it look like a fireball hit them? Does it look like somebody threw a rock at them and crushed them?
Yeah, are there weapons marks? Are there tracks?
I'm glad I spent those 2 points. Alright, instead I'm just going to use my card on this.
Sure.
I don't even know what it is, I never looked at it.
The wagons just got sick and crashed.
By the dice, die by the dice, bad.
So as you look at the cart, is a little weird because as you investigate it a little bit further, it's very damp, and not damp in the sense that it's been getting a lot of rain, because the insides is varnished, but even then it feels damp, as if somehow there was humidity that managed to get through that. The wheels are crushed, as if something very heavy was on inside of it and forced it to crash down. But the rooftop is completely fine.
It's so weird.
You do, however, find some things. according to Luch Gen, you find 2,000 copper pieces, 800 silver pieces, and 60 gold pieces. They are, however, very cold to the touch.
Ooh.
We should put that in the bag.
Cold to the touch when everything around is hot. That seems odd.
If these things are wet, that means that something could have been frozen as part of them and dropped.
How much copper did you say, Doug?
2,000 copper pieces.
It's in the bag.
Mm-hmm. You also find gemstones. You find gemstones worth 50 gold pieces. You find 5 of these in a little bag.
Also put it into the bag.
Mm-hmm. And you find, surprise, surprise, some magical items. You find that the doors have been apparently pulled off. But the way that they have been pulled off and where you find the doors, you get the sense that they were pulled off and destroyed much after they have been abandoned, and you guess that whatever food they were transporting, the local fauna came to find it. And
A bear opened it.
the only things that remain are things that animals could not eat, such as a potion and a ring and a spell scroll.
Kra, we found some
Yes?
things.
Let me look at them. I'm going to cast identify.
Sure. So you cast it.
As ritual.
A cast identify takes you 10 minutes. You recognize the ring as a ring of swimming.
Can I
A
hear
ring of
souls
swimming?
screaming out of it?
No.
Good.
It seems to be a normally magically enchanted item. Although, you never found a magically enchanted item made with the crystals, so you don't know exactly what's the difference between them.
This is true, only the crystals scream.
That we know of.
Yeah.
So it's a ring of swimming?
Yeah, a ring of swimming. You do find also a potion and a spell scroll. The spell scroll takes you a while before.
Hold up. I thought we found gloves off the fiend when we were fighting the chain fiend.
Yeah, and we gave them away.
No,
Actually,
And I
Agnes gave
don't
back
hear
to
screaming
us.
from it.
Agnes gave the glove back to us so that we could go to Zenith to attempt to release it. It's currently in the bag of holding.
Yeah. So whenever I say crystals, that's a shorthand way of saying trinkets, because they're not all crystals. Some of them are gloves or little keys or whatever's. I just said crystal and kind of stuck, but they're actually little trinkets. The gloves are a trinket.
I like to imagine that the trinkets are made of crystal.
They're infused in one way or another with said crystal essences. There's like always a little bauble that's hanging off of it that is made of crystal. But the gloves are made of silk, and they're embroidered with little crystal pieces. So, Kra, you keep on casting Identify to find the rest, yes?
Yep.
Okay, you identify the scroll as a scroll of protection from energy. And
Okay.
and a potion of huge giant strength.
Ooh. I'll give it to Drent.
Potion of what?
Huge giant strength. Boops
Ah,
your...
And
no.
the scroll is protection from energy.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, hey, I have that spell. I just don't have it prepared.
Yeah, that's a sorcerer spell, so I could use that scroll potentially.
You can have it.
And that's all that you find in these abandoned stagecoaches, in bags that are marked with this insignia of the cult of Thanatos.
Are there any bodies around? I know Neo said he was looking at them, but I haven't heard them being mentioned yet.
There are further north, further away from the coaches. There are some bodies.
No tabaxi.
Judging by that investigation from Neo with that 22, none of them is a tabaxi. They were carrying though lots of chains and cuffs, and you get the sense that they were transporting someone. Yes.
Maybe your friend broke free or was freed from them.
Are there any signs of tabaxi tracks leading away from here?
I can help with that. I have a good survival.
Ditto.
It is raining, so it seems like this whole scene happened a long time ago. So the DC on this is going to be quite high. If you would like to make a survival check.
I would as well.
Right, so it's 3 people making survival checks at disadvantage, or
No,
just
it's just a straight roll, but the DC is very high.
And I'm adding my card, which is the Queen of Diamonds.
I'm gonna add a 4 to mine for a total of 19 because we're getting near the end.
Yeah, I'll just roll my survival check straight. I'm not going to blow anything on it because I've got nothing else to blow except 2 more sorcery points. I don't have any bonuses, so what's the point?
It's a 19 and a 29 so far.
Do you want to add guidance to that?
Yeah, I already made the roll. I can't
That'll
do
be
it
a 16. I forgot to turn off
I
disadvantage.
meant dinar.
Sure.
No, I didn't add guidance to that.
We can't add guidance after we roll.
Correct.
So you, as you're looking around, Sienna and Neo, you're dumbfounded, trying to find tracks and clues, and it's not until Donar manages to find it that you notice that you get a better sense of what's happening here. And Donar, you're leading everyone else as you find tracks. Not so much tracks, but you find a little bit ways away, next to a tree. You found a tuft of hair, a fur rather, that Neo immediately recognizes as being from Lucas.
Well, at least we have a piece of his fur now. That's a good sign. If we hold on to this, it might help us to find him later. So put it in a vial or something. All you sorcerers carry these things, right?
I have empty vials if you need one.
Yes, please.
I will hand you 1 empty vial as I have 9 of them in total.
So I will take the vial, put the tuft of Lucas's fur into it, and then I will put it into the bag of holding because it probably would not be safe on my person.
And then, as you make your way back to regroup, you all notice as the rain keeps on coming down, a man seems to walk out of a tree and a little ways away from the crashed stagecoaches, and this man that none of you saw showing up, he just looks at you with a little eye of curiosity, and then he starts approaching the 7 of you.
And he came out of a tree.
No, from behind the tree.
Oh, from behind a tree. Okay, I was a little concerning there.
I was gonna say I can't do that spell yet.
Step in front of Craw. Get ready for any sort of shenanigans.
Mm-hmm. As soon as you step in front of Kra, Donar, you stay in between this person and Kra, and as you look back, you see there's a recognition in Kra's eyes. As you, Kra, look at this person who's approaching, this old human with gray hairs, a somewhat longish beard that is going up your way, and you know him. That's your master.
Master, I'm going to run up at him and hug him.
You run up to him, and as you find him and hug him, he just lets out a small chuckle and says, I'm glad to see you're alright, little one. And he casts a spell, creating somewhat of an area around all of you that sort of shields you all from the rain a little bit. And then he looks at you, Cry, and says, I sense you have been indeed training your arcane powers.
Yes.
Oh, that is good. You have indeed grown. And I have not been around to see your growth. And not only that, you did bring the Dragonborn. And he points at you, Donar.
Me.
Yes, he points at you. Well, Kra, there's a lot we need to discuss, but your friend over there, he'll be safer in Dosadaya. And you, oh you, I have very good news for you. I think you're ready.
Ready
Wait.
for what?
He steps back and analyzes you a little bit and says, yeah, you look ready, I imagine, from what I have heard at least. And he pulls out he kind of just waves his hand in the air, and you feel from your belongings, Kra, the book that you have been holding that you got from him, it just kind of flies out, and it seems to open. And as he just kind of gestures his hands around, you see new scribblings showing up in the book. There are names and places. There's the name Mielkon, and in front of it, a place called Merging. There's the name Leotar, and a place called Wildhaven. And there's the name Ambad, and a place called Tarodolos. Or Tarodolos. And your master, he just, as he finishes doing that, the book, it slowly stops floating and kind of just lands in your hands, Kra, as you look at these names, and your master just points and says, these are more blizzardlings. I need you to find them and bring them to me, and I'll bring them to Dosadaya.
But I thought that only dragons can enter it.
Yeah, that's what they are.
But what about you? You're a human.
Well, that is part of the things I need to teach you. young Kra. Appearances can be deceiving. I'm not only a human. And as he says that, he takes several few more steps back, and all of you just watch as this wizened old man with, well, he has the old man look and appearance with his white hair and longish beard. He just takes a few steps back, and then he just starts to morph out and transform into a huge, gargantuan even, white dragon.
Is this Branislav?
I mean,
Yeah.
Anthony told us about Regaorant, the Blizzard of the West, I think was his name. So
Whoa.
would we be capable of inferring that this might be who that is?
Would my tales from my master tell me about a white dragon?
Branislav would have been mentioned, and mostly how the power of friendship kicked his ass.
You. Whoa.
All of you just see this
That's a nice trick.
white dragon in front of you, and immediately a lot of thoughts come rushing through most of your guys' mind, and this seems to be the famed Blizzard of the West. Basil, you infer that this is indeed the dragon that your master told in her stories. Someone that goes by the name of Regaorant.
So he is real. I mean, at first I didn't believe Master Lilith, but she was right. Their dragons did survive and live on.
And then Branislav, or rather, sorry, Regaorant, the white dragon, he just he keeps on saying, I never told you this before, young Kra, but this is what I am. And because of what I am, people are hunting me. Fiends and powerful liches. And you have a new job now. You're going to bring back Blizzardlings to me, and I will bring them to Dosadiah, where they will be safe, and they will no longer pose a threat to me and the other dragons. And you, he points again to you, Donar. Say your farewell to your companions.
No.
Whoa, what?
I have things left to do, and I will protect Craw.
You... At this moment, Donar, you look up at this gigantic white dragon. And somehow you find within yourself the determination and the courage to say no to him. Just like that.
Just like that.
And the white dragon keeps on going. You staying around and about. You're a liability. If the fiends find you, they can use you to get to me. Just like they tried using the Tabaxi.
So you have the Tabaxi now. He is safe.
The Tabaxi had something that could allow him to get into Dosadiah. I just liberated that from him. So now the Tabaxi is harmless.
Do you know where he is now?
And he seems to take notice of you finally, Neo, as you speak up. And you see as his head just approaches you all, and he takes a few sniffs and says, "Ah, a son of the Praxises."
Yes, I am a son of the Pregis family.
I gave your family a gift a long time ago, and I can sense it within you. It's still alive after so many generations.
A gift.
Well, I don't know how you managed such an accomplishment, Craw. But you find and bring the Blizzardling Donar, and this one here, the shares of a similar gift, unbeknownst to me even. You have surpassed my expectations. You too, son of the Prejudices. Say your farewells. The two of you are coming with me to Dulcidea, and that is final.
With all due respect, sir, I have someone I am looking for, and I have friends who need help with their own endeavors. I would prefer to remain with them, at least for now. My end goal was to head to Dulcidea if Lucas was there.
And pardon me, but if Neo is heading anywhere, then I shall accompany him.
I'm not letting Donar go too. I will go with him.
Question. I mean, I understand you're wanting to not have this cult get to you, but why are they even hunting you in the first place?
You see, Basil, with your insight, that Regaurint looks quite annoyed at everyone just saying no to him, and apparently just deciding not to follow through what anything that he's saying. And he looks very annoyed, and then he looks back at you. I sense in you a familiar smell. You're a friend with the tiefling.
You're talking about my master, Master Lilith. It's the only tiefling that would be in my knowledge.
Your friend, the tiefling, killed someone a long time ago. And these someone's his friends are coming after me now. Me and my kind. That is why the two of you need to come, and why you, Kra, need to go elsewhere. Find these other Blizzardlings and bring them back. And you, Minotaur. Dulcidea is a land of dragons, not of bull men.
With all due respect, once again, sir, I will not be going to Dosadaya unless I know Lucas is safe, and unless all of my friends can come with me, whether or not they are dragons.
Sienna's gonna step forward and shift to look like a dragon poke. This is gonna be a terrible plan. And she's just gonna say, I don't think any of us have any intention of being separated at this time.
Regaorint seems to look at all 7 of you. He looks even more annoyed when he looks at you, Sienna. You dare refuse me. You dare mock me. And you, my young apprentice, I gave you everything. And yet you deny me.
I'm not denying you. I'm saying that Donar is staying here because he wants to.
To be fair, he needs protection while he gets the other Dragonborns.
And all of us together would certainly be more capable of doing that.
We will gladly help in your protection, sir, but we do have our own endeavors we wish to accomplish while we are searching out these other blizzardlings for you.
And it's better to destroy that cult than hiding.
Yes, we should destroy the cult.
I mean,
agree.
if it was my master's, what my master destroyed the person that was part of them and caused this, I guess it's part of my endeavors to maybe continue that and keep them from causing more problems. I mean, sounds like she knew you and did good for it. And I would continue doing that.
So, in short, we are not defying you. We are agreeing to help, but in our own way.
He
Can I please roll persuasion against it?
He massively now, he just approaches one of his hands, one of his paws even, at you, Kra, and picks you up and pulls you closer to him in his hand, separating you from the rest of the group. And he pulls you very close to his head. And when he's very, very close to you, he says, "Is this true?"
Yes.
He looks somewhat annoyed, but you get the sense that he understands what you're saying. And he puts you down back where you were before. Well then. I've learned a long time ago that some things are just meant to be. And while they are meant to be, I should not interfere. But I'm not a fool to leave the two of you walking around with my gift. And then you see as Regaorint pulls back, looking at all 7 of you. He unfurls his wings and just lets out a mighty roar that almost deafens all 7 of you. And I need all of you to go ahead and make me a Constitution saving throw.
luck on that.
I will add my inspiration.
Should have saved my card.
Woo!
Mine is a 16. Let me see, 17.
12.
Oh my.
Mine is a 6. It should not have been an advantage.
Sure thing. So,
Natural 20.
natural 20 indeed. So as this roar rings out, shaking all of you to your cores, you feel yourself somewhat paralyzed at the moment. Just a second, you guys.
Paralyzed is not a fun condition to have.
It's not a fun condition to be stuck in either.
No, but that's what we currently have.
The last time we were paralyzed, Sam got aged.
Yeah, because
By
Everyone-
Branislav of all people.
everyone but Lilith got paralyzed, and then Lilith got straight up fucking banished. I think Ansys paralyzed us, and Branislav banished Lilith, because both of them are concentration.
Yeah, but the aging was definitely a Branislav thing, I think.
It was the Chaos Stone and the Divination Lens. One of which is currently powering a spaceship.
Yes.
I'm still.
That's true.
I really, really wanted to do a persuasion check against this guy for reasons.
So, I'll tell you all the result of that. Everyone.
Dies.
Did anyone use a card? Rand, use your card should turn that 12 into a 17. Everyone but Basil fails.
Wow.
And is paralyzed.
Yeah,
Like the
ancient white
last
dragon, so DC ought to be high.
The monk.
That's like the last time we got group paralyzed. Only the monk holds it.
And it's a con save of all things.
Yeah, and you have the same con modifier Lilith had at the time.
Anyway,
All
what
of
did
you,
you do?
all of you are paralyzed and shaking to your cores, somewhat with fear and somewhat there's something that just tugs at you and paralyzes you. And you notice that not only did he roar, but he released a blast of cold air. And whereas the climate was very warm until a moment ago, now it's frigid and you feel that you can barely move, that your bodies are just frozen in place. Not to the point where any one of you suffered damage, otherwise you would be dead. But you're all frozen. Well, paralyzed. And Basil, as you look around, ask that, Regariant just responds, I gave my gift to them, my protection, and they refuse it. Just pursue their own endeavors.
What do you mean they're your protection? What have you been doing that's been keeping them safe?
Allowing them to go into Dosadaya whenever they wanted.
So you're saying they could have gone there whenever?
Yes, they could have gone and left whenever, but now I'll allow them to keep traveling as a pack, as you all have. But you're no longer welcome in Dosadaya while you pursue and kill these demons and fiends. And Regariant approaches his paws to both you, Donar and Neo, and using one of his claws, he just kind of rakes a mark, a scratch across your chests, the both of you, even through your armor, Donar. And as soon as he makes this mark, you feel this pain of something leaving you. And in something you didn't even knew that you had until then. But whatever it is, you just feel like it leaves your body. And as it does, you feel a little dizzy and a little weakness take over. But you're still paralyzed in place. And as he pulls back his claw, he looks at you and says, as soon as the motorcycles go over, he will say something. He just looks at you and at you all and say, now you are free to do whatever it is that you want to do.
Well, we're going to do it. I mean, I guess this makes them not... Without the cult knowing, they're still targets, but I guess you feel safer. But if we do this endeavor, will you give them that gift back, or are you just going to keep it for yourself because you feel like they are not trustworthy anymore?
By this point, all of you have unparalyzed yourselves.
I don't like that feeling.
And Neo, you still wanted to roll persuasion for something.
Yeah, it's just the player talking. That's all.
Okay, so as he looks at you, Basil, and then looks back at Donar. Well, wait, what was I saying? He looks at you, Basil, and then back at Donar and Neo, and then Kra, and he just squints a little bit and says, once I know that there's no more danger to leave you around and about, able to come and go from the land of dragons, I will return your gift. You'll be allowed to go back into Dosadaya whenever you please. But for now, you can take care of yourselves. Dragonlings back in Dosadaya cannot take care of themselves. They need every protection that they can get. And I will protect them. Show me proof that my nemesis are dead, and I will allow you back.
Agreed.
That was our intention all along, sir. You had no reason to go and do that. But I can understand the reasoning behind it.
Isn't that an oxymoron?
Yes, I realize exactly what I said as a player.
And Regaurant looks at you, Kra, and says, and if you are going to travel with them, my apprentice, I still have that task for you, to find these other blizzardlings and bring them back.
How I'm going to do that?
I think that's up for us to handle, not him.
I mean, we have no idea where they could be.
Well, I mean, okay, so let's assume we find them. How do we get them back to you, Mr. Regaurant, sir?
Do we bring them here? Are you going to be here? Do we contact you?
Like, have a spell you want us to cast on them so you can find them, or what?
You, my apprentice, I'm sure you will come upon means of contacting me magically. Should you require any help. And speaking of which, Regaurant, the big ancient white dragon, he morphs back into his human form, almost tumbling forward a little bit. And then he straightens himself. From all the way far away where he was, he walks back over to Chiyukra pulls out a couple scrolls that he was carrying and hands it over to you. These are spells. They're unique. My nemesis, they came up with these. And I imagine that if you're going to hunt them along with your friends, it's going to be useful if you know how they operate. And he hands 2 spell scrolls to you.
Scrolls of?
Magic.
Indeed, a scroll of magique.
One of them says, I am a bomb.
Oh.
But in a language none of us speak.
So, Kra, if you look at the handouts, you will see 2 spell scrolls now. 1 first level spell and 1 third level spell. Did you find them?
Yes.
Alright, you have those 2 spells.
Bone Rattle and Soul Bolt.
Yes. And then he just keeps on. Those 3, they are in cities close by, more or less. Wild Haven is further to the south. Shouldn't be too hard for you to find. The Rodolos is following up the coast to the Metosian colonies, up north, in some frigid wastes. Shouldn't be too hard for you to find or get you. The last one is back in the old continent, in Mergen. I would save that one for last if I were you. Wait until you are more powerful before you seek them out. And you, take care of yourself, Kra.
I will.
And then he looks around, all 7 of you, and then back at you, Kra, and says, you have made some nice friends. The last time I saw a group this big, they accomplish great things. I hope you do the same. And then...
Please, sir, before you go, can you please tell me where Lucas has gone? You have encountered him in the past, so do you have any idea of where he is now?
The Tabaxi ran away south. If he's smart, he would have made his way to Hanjamar. Maybe he kept going south. Maybe he's at Wild Haven.
Or Greyford.
Thank you for this information. One other thing before we go. Since you have apparently stripped myself and Dinar of the ability to enter Dosadaya freely, what should happen if those that are pursuing you somehow find their way onto the continent?
The same that will happen to you now. A blizzard envelops the coast. It will destroy anyone trying to come in, and keep the people in from ever leaving by any means. And it will pursue you, no matter where you go inland.
Even if they have a blizzardling with them?
No, the blizzard does not harm the blizzardlings. Which is why it is dangerous for them to be around easy targets for my nemesis.
Well, I am simply saying that should such an event happen, we should be called upon for assistance. But without that protection, I fear what may happen, if you will.
I don't think a giant ancient white dragon really needs our help. I'm pretty sure we'd all be dead here if he wanted us dead.
Yep. I don't think I could survive any more cold.
I'm just calling it.
However, with magic around in the world, there are things that may happen to even one as great as Sir Dragon here.
I am by no means immortal, and I am aware of that. There are ways to kill me if one tried really hard. And there are ways to kill younger dragons and dragonlings. And people don't even have to try nearly as hard to accomplish so. In any case,
I have one last question.
do go on.
Dinar and Ka seem to be very, very close. And you were just gonna separate them forever.
Baby fucking.
Because Kra's not a dragon folk or a blizzardling or anything of that type. And if Dinar went to Dosadaya, wouldn't they just be separated forever?
Cry is going to blush.
Well, you are not wrong. But I did send Kra to watch over Dinar as he studied and improved his techniques and bring that blizzardling back. If they grown closer, it's not on me. It's on them to tell you, curious changeling, what that means to them.
Well, it's not a question of what it means to them. Also, how do you know I didn't use a spell to disguise myself? It's a question of whether or not you would rip apart two people who want to spend a lot of time together.
I think he does what he wants because of his size and his power, to be honest.
Well,
He-
And
you
wasn't
say
I-
that, and yet, haven't I just allowed the two of them to remain together?
Wasn't
Yeah,
I living in the Sidai with you all my life? Where is our tower located exactly?
Come again, Regis?
Where is our tower located exactly? Where Kra lived with Branislav?
It was actually in Dosadaya.
So I can enter it somehow.
That was my question.
I think he has permission from the guy who has him up.
Yep, without being a blizzardling yourself. You are able to come and go from Dosadaya, Kra. But, because you're not a dragonborn, a kobold, or anything of the sort, no one would have any reason to imagine that you are able to do that. And the last person who did find a way to go into Dosadaya, a Tabaxi apparently, well, felt things happen to them. Be aware of whom you reveal your nature to, my young apprentice. And Branislav gives you a hug, Kra. Then a pat on the back before letting go and saying, "Do me proud, like I have done before." Were you gonna say anything?
No.
Okay.
I promise you, Regalrinth, I will destroy the cult of Thanatos. They have wrought so much evil upon this world, and I will protect Kra in the process.
And I would still suggest giving us temporary permission should they somehow manage to infiltrate the continent of Dulcidea to come help and protect you and the others that reside upon the continent.
If you wish to do that, then keep that close to yourselves. And he points at you, Kra, and more so at the book that you're holding within your hands. I'll be seeing you whenever you have more to learn or results to show. Or whenever you need. You're still my apprentice after all. Should you ever need me, find me. And then Regalrinth just turns around and starts to walk away, leaving the seven of you behind. It is amongst the destroyed stagecoaches that where you have found some magical items and found a lead to where Lucas might be, and finally met Kra's master.
Yep.
And that is where we're gonna end today's game.
How did you know I was a changeling?
Ancient White Dragon.
That doesn't answer questions. I don't know anything about them.
I mean, the same way Buddy knew, apparently.
I don't know, but he knows.
That is true. That is true.
I don't know, he knows.
Oh no, that's gonna disturb Sienna's thoughts forever.
Yeah, because she's currently kind of panicking.
I still really wanted to roll persuasion against him.
But why?
Because it would have had plus 11, damn it.
Oh, you poor thing. But, in any case, this is it for today, you guys. We had a whole lot of happening in this combat-free encounter. I mean, session, so look at that.
Is this the first session of the campaign where there was 0 combat?
Maybe.
No, I think this might be, at least for us.
Yeah, for us, I think.
So congratulations, you guys. You went through an entire session without combat. I'm proud of you.
Jeez, now I have more to tell Master Lilith in my letters.
Yeah, even more.
So, dragons. Yeah.
Like, yeah, what about him?
His belly was so smooth.
So thank you guys so very much for playing with me, and to the people over at Twitch, thank you so very much for watching yet another Conquerors of Nolyn. If you guys are somewhat curious, even in the least, about what the hell just happened on this combat-less session, suffice to say, I was dropping a shitload of names from previous campaign, so if you are ever curious, go over at the wiki to find out who the hell those people were that just showed up and apparently got everyone to think like, oh, I know where these people are from. If you are, however, someone who would prefer to watch previous sessions for whatever reason, it's kind of long, but it's good, so go and do it. You can go over to my YouTube channel where you can watch replays of previous games, both of this new campaign and of the previous session, to see how far along the whole thing has evolved into. And just catch up on whatever shenanigans these people here are doing. So I will be uploading this current episode into YouTube later, that's so you guys can check that out. And also make sure to check out the teams that play on Tuesday, Team Yellow and Team Red. They're doing all sorts of other different crazy shenanigans, all in the same world, and keeping that track of all that is going to be maddening. So that's actually not only a replay of previous games, but also a documentation of me losing my mind slowly over time. So I hope you enjoy. And other than that, have an amazing weekend. Rest of a Saturday, rest of a Sunday, and catch you guys next time. Probably Tuesday. So see you later. Goodbye, Twitch.
Bye bye.
Bye,
See ya.
Twitch.
Bye.